Good afternoon. That was loud. I'd like to call the June 24th, 2025 special meeting and possible executive session of the Scottsdale City Council to order. This afternoon, we have Scottsdale Police Sergeant Bernice Ingram and Officer Darren Hyman, as well as firefighter Ray Igliani. Am I saying that right, Ray? Yes, I hope so. All right. Anyone that requires assistance, please let a member of our staff know. City Clerk Ben Lane, will you please give us a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Lisa Borowski.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jan Duboscus.
Here.
Council members Barry Graham.
Here.
Adam Quasman.
Unani.
Kathy Littlefield.
Here.
Marianne McCallan.
Present.
And Solange Whitehead.
Here.
City Manager Greg Caton.
Here.
Acting City Attorney Louis Santiago.
Here.
And the clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
So, as is regular protocol, and given that it's boards and commission appointments tonight, I will now turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Duboscus, who will conduct the interviews and appointments. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski. The Scottsdale City Council is responsible for establishing city policies and enacting laws in support of those policies. The council relies on volunteer, citizen-based boards and commissions to research issues and make recommendations in support of the council's mission and goals. The information and recommendations provided by council-approved advisory boards is a valuable tool in helping council members in their deliberations. This afternoon, the City Council will be appointing Scottsdale residents interested in serving on various boards and commissions. I want to thank the individuals for their willingness to volunteer their time and service to this community. Following the set of interviews, we'll vote on an appointment for the board or commission. As I call your name, please approach the podium and briefly cover the following. For the record, please state your name and address and how long you've lived in Scottsdale. Please tell us how your education, employment, or volunteer experience relates to this board or commission, and what is the top issue facing the board or commission. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. We have a timer by the screen that will help you manage your time. Following each nominee's response, I will ask council members if they have any follow-up questions for you. The first board is the Board of Adjustments. We have one opening. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that hears variance requests, appeals of the zoning administrator's interpretations and decisions, and decides on administrative decisions or zoning requirements which create unnecessary hardship in the development of property because of exceptional or extraordinary conditions. There is one vacancy and 3 nominees. The nominees are Michael Gonzalez, Randall Pullen, Martha West. So please come forward, Michael Gonzalez. Be prepared, Randall Pullen and Martha West.
Mayor, council members, my name is Michael Gonzalez. I've lived in North Scottsdale for over 30 years, and I love the city. I've been working with the city for 12 years in various positions. The last 6 years were with the Board of Adjustment, and what position I've certainly enjoyed. Prior to that, I was on the Neighborhood Advisory Commission for 6 years. So I have 6 years worth of experience working, or 12 years of experience working with the city and the city council. My experience is, I would have to say I'm a professional. I'm a retired CPA. I've had a lot of management experience and 12 years working with the city. One of the things that I've always noticed in dealing with the Board of Adjustment is the Board of Adjustment has strictly been assigned to take variance requests from different citizens. One of the things that's always interesting is when you hear the introduction at each meeting, it says the rules for a variance are governed by four areas dictated by the state. And among those rules, not included are the rules fair and their common sense used. And I hear that a lot when people, once a verdict is given, they say, well, that's not fair. That doesn't make common sense. Well, the board doesn't make the rules. The board interprets the rules as the text is written. So one of the things that I would like to see perhaps be addressed, and only the city council can do that, is take a look at the different zoning ordinances that we have and see, do they really make sense since the day that they were put into place? In a professional environment, we're governed by rules that say you have to review policy and procedure every few years by federal law. Of course, I don't know that that applies to the city here or not, but it would make sense that when people don't like the way the vote comes out when they get either an adjustment or not an adjustment from the board, they want to know why. And sometimes the board does not make the rules. They do not interpret the rules as whether they're right or not. We don't suggest alternatives to the
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
zoning codes. So what I'd like to do is just suggest that the city council take a look over time and look at all the different decisions made by the Board of Adjustment and say, do the rules that they were required to follow really make sense? And do we need to change maybe some of the zoning over the years? Some of it may be antiquated, some of it may not. But
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Your time has expired.
okay.
Thank
you very much. I'd appreciate your vote.
Thank you. Mr. Randall Pullen, and then Martha West. Oh, I'm sorry. Council members, do we have any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Nope. Okay. Mr. Pullen.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Randall Pullen. I've lived in the city of Scottsdale for about a little over 4 years now. Before that, I lived in Arcadia in Phoenix, so I kind of know the area fairly well. My background is I have a bachelor and an MBA from Arizona State University. I used to do a lot of real estate deals, and then I went to work for Deloitte & Touche, where my area of expertise was actually real estate-related projects. And that's where I spent most of my time. So I was always on the side of looking at the zoning, trying to figure out how the project they were talking about would fit within that zoning, and if it made sense financially as well as physically. So I've had a lot of experience as well doing that. Over the years, I was also, you probably know, I was the chairman of the Republican Party for a number of years, as well as the treasurer of the National Party. So my interest in this is having been on the other side, watching how the zoning ordinances worked and how you had to deal with them. And I've done that as recently as 3 years ago. We did a big project in Buckeye where we had to have it rezoned from commercial to industrial, as well as raise the heights of the buildings. And so I understand how you have to go through this process of getting it done. So looking forward to helping out on that. I've looked at the 4 criteria that the board has to follow, and it all makes sense. I watched the last 2 April and March board meetings to see how they operated, and I thought it was done very professionally, and I liked what I saw, and I think I would be a good help, a lot of assistance, and have some ideas for the board, so I look forward to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Pullen. Do we have any questions for Mr. Pullen? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Martha West.
Good afternoon, Mayor Borowski and members of City Council. I reside at 8244 East Chaparral, and I've been a homeowner here in Scottsdale for just a little less than a year, although back in the late 1980s and most of the 1990s, we lived in Scottsdale as well. I'm also a 21-year city employee, actually 23-year city employee. I worked from 1988 to 2001 primarily in long-range planning and downtown planning, and then from 2012 until 2021 as a real estate management specialist and managing the real estate program. my educational background and professional background that would support my application to you as a member of the Board of Adjustment include the following. I am a graduate of urban planning program from Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada, and I have a working knowledge of the City of Scottsdale zoning code. As a volunteer for our homeowners association, I'm on the board of directors, and I understand the Robert's Rules of Order in terms of how the Board of Adjustment needs to conduct itself. I think the top issue for the Board of Adjustment really is, in my opinion, the fact that the board is a quasi-judicial board. It has very specific rules, and an appeal from the decision of the Board of Adjustment goes to the Superior Court. For this reason, I think we have to be very, very aware of the very specific rules of engagement for the approval of variances and also for an appeal of an interpretation from the zoning administrator. And I thank you today for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. West. Do we have any questions for Ms. West? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now entertain a vote for the Board of Adjustment. Each council member can vote for one nominee. Councilman Quasman.
I am thrilled to cast my vote for Randy Pullen. His leadership, his knowledge, his experience is, in my opinion, unparalleled in this state, and anything or everything that Randy Pullen puts his heart into, I know is successful. So with that, I vote for Randy.
Councilwoman McCowan.
Yes, I nominate.
You see lots of clouds and thunderstorms. And can
Technical issue.
Plus weather.
Go ahead.
I nominate Martha West.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
I nominate Martha West.
Mayor Borowski.
Randy Pullen.
Councilwoman Littlefield.
Michael Gonzalez.
Councilor Quasman, was it a close one for you? Mr. Pullen, and all the applicants are qualified.
Wonderful pool of applicants, and I'll select Randy Pullen. And with that, Mr. Pullen, you have been appointed. Congratulations. The Historic Preservation Commission, we have one opening. The Historic Preservation Commission oversees the development and management of Scottsdale's Historic Preservation Program. There is one vacancy and two nominees. The nominees are Kat Jorvik, and she will be participating in this meeting electronically, and Bryn Sharon. Ms. Sharon's term has expired, and she is eligible for reappointment. So, City Clerk, do we have Ms. Jorvik? Okay, please proceed.
Hi, and good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Kat Georgievich. I live at 6835 East Elmeria Road in Village Grove Historic Community. I've been living there for almost 9 years now. My professional background is in tech and supply chain and real estate, both on the sales side as well as on the building side. I'm thrilled to be considered for this Historic Preservation Commission. As a resident of our historic community, I see firsthand the unique charm and value our homes bring, not only for us, but for future generations. With my background in real estate, I understand both the challenges and opportunities that come with preserving historic properties, especially as we enter into the summer and are seeing higher and higher temperatures, which I believe is our biggest issue. I'm committed to making sure that our preservation efforts are not only respectful of our past, but also practical and sustainable, so these homes can stand for another 50+ years. I care deeply about keeping our community in good shape and will advocate for thoughtful and appropriate maintenance that honors our history while maintaining the needs of today's homeowners. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Georgevich? Thank you. Bryn Sharon.
Hi, my name is Bryn Sharon. Thank you for having me. I've lived at 2830 North 82nd Street in South Scottsdale. This is our 10th year. My house is from 1957, and we're in Village Grove 7, so we didn't qualify to be historic, but I love our house just the same. I have been on the Historic Preservation Commission for the past 3 years, and I have tried consistently to uphold the historic preservation guidelines at every case we hear. And I think, for me, that's the top issue facing the commission. Is my first meeting back in 2022 was a case for Villa Monterey, and our last meeting in 2025 was 3 cases for Villa Monterey, and they have been working under interim guidelines since, I believe, 2011. So that's 14 years, and they haven't adopted them formally yet. So we keep seeing them, and I would really like to see them get on board. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sharon? Okay. We'll now entertain a vote for the Historic Preservation Commission. Each council member can vote for 1 nominee. Councilwoman McAllen.
Yes, I nominate Bryn Sharon.
Yeah, I vote to reappoint Bryn Sharon.
I'd like to cast my vote for Kat DeJordovic.
Bryn Sharon.
Kat Jordovic.
I'll vote for Kat DeGeorgievich and Councilman Quasman.
Likewise, I'll vote for Kat.
Kat DeGeorgievich has been appointed. Congratulations, Kat. The Human Services Advisory Commission, there are 3 openings. The Human Services Advisory Commission provides advisory recommendations to staff and the City Council on human services priorities and programs and funding allocations for Scottsdale Cares, Community Development Block Grants, Home Services Emergency, and General Funds. There are 3 vacancies and 4 nominees. Gary Blatnick and Pamela Hallows have withdrawn their applications from consideration. The nominees are Cynthia Hill, Sheila Rowe, Mary Jung, whose term has expired and is eligible for reappointment, and Cindy Schopf, who will be participating in this afternoon's meeting electronically. So I'll call up Cindy Hill and then Sheila Rowe.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Borowski and council members. My name is Cindy Hill. I live at 8414 East Vista Drive. I've lived there for 29 years, and I'm also the proud wife of a retired Scottsdale police officer who I saw just came in. And I want to wish him a happy 37th anniversary today, because this is how we're celebrating our anniversary. It is a privilege to stand before you today as a nominee for the Human Services Advisory Commission. I'm a longtime advocate for Scottsdale's families, seniors, and underserved residents, and my journey to service reflects a belief that real change starts at the grassroots level. I'm applying to this commission because I see human services as the heartbeat of Scottsdale, especially as we face challenges in development, affordability, and mobility. I've seen firsthand how policies and thoughtful decision-making can change lives. I want to bring a voice to this commission that reflects boots-on-the-ground experience, compassion, and an unwavering belief in community. Rising housing costs, transportation gaps, and limited awareness of services are the pressing issues. As a commissioner, I'd advocate for increased outreach and continued support for affordable programs that strengthen families and foster independence. As a former member of the Paiute Neighborhood Community Center Board, I have closely worked with local families to connect them with essential services. Through the Aging in Place Committee, I've helped seniors maintain independence with dignity, and when development pressures threatened the senior residents of Wagon Wheel Ranch RV Park, I stepped up to help relocate them safely and respectfully because no one should be left behind. With AZ Leos, I've built programs that bridge gaps between law enforcement and the community, and through Vista del Camino, I've proudly supported back-to-school drives that ensure every child starts the year with confidence and hope. My experiences taught me to listen first, act with empathy, and work collaboratively, 3 values I'd bring to this role if selected. Thank you for your consideration and for the hard work that all of you do to better our community.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Hill? Thank you, Ms. Hill. Sheila Rowe, and then Mary Jung.
My name is Sheila Rowe. My address is on file with the city clerk. Mayor Borowski, Vice Mayor Dvauskas, and distinguished members of the council, thank you for inviting me here today. I am not an Arizona native, but when my husband's active duty military service came to an end, we were tasked with finding a place to settle and raise our family. We chose Scottsdale. That was 34 years ago, and we've never looked back. To us, Scottsdale is a beautiful place to live, but also a community of warm, welcoming, and generous people, very much a synergy of people and place. We're fortunate to have enjoyed a comfortable and prosperous life here in Scottsdale, but we cannot lose sight of the fact that not everyone has that same experience and some struggle to live here. As a person, I carry the heart of a servant, the intellect of an accountant, and a creative energy. These are the qualities I bring to everything I do, both personally and professionally, in service to veterans organizations, church organizations, community service outreach projects. Those are the qualities I believe can bring value to the Human Services Advisory Commission. I see 2 conflicting issues facing the commission: the need within the community and finite resources available to address it. Our hearts may want to reach out to everyone, but our intellects tell us we must be practical stewards of the resources that were allocated. So that leaves us to engage creatively, to stretch existing resources, and amplify them with community engagement. I would be honored to participate as a member of the commission and focus on easing the challenges of living in Scottsdale for those who currently struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Rowe?
One question, Vice Mayor. Ms. Rowe, you said you had the intellect of an accountant. Can you say a little more about that? I'm just kidding. I'm the designated accountant up here, so thank you.
There seems to be an awful lot of us here in the room tonight.
This room is kind of teeming with them. Maybe
I would say lousy with them, yes.
It's kind of accountant infested right now.
It is.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Mary Jung, and then Cindy Shop.
Let it be no surprise that I'm an accountant. Mayor, Council, my name is Mary Jung. I've lived in the city of Scottsdale for over 6 years. I live at 9163 East Nittany Drive, 85255. I am a former Human Services Commissioner and was elected to the vice chair role twice, serving a 3-year term that ended in May 2025. I work at Honor Health as the Director of Community Impact in the area of government and community affairs. And part of my role is to study public health issues, and create opportunities to address those issues. I'm a business person, and yes, a former certified public accountant, and a volunteer in the community. I serve on the board of NOAA, Neighborhood Outreach Access to Health, and also the Scottsdale-based Partners for Paiute. I understand public health and social issues. I'm a financial professional and prioritize financial stewardship. I understand nonprofits and community-based organizations. I'm an experienced commissioner and contributed to the Human Services Strategic Plan. And I care about the prosperity and well-being of Scottsdale and its residents. I believe the top issue is that our needs exceed our resources. A wide variety of individuals and families need temporary support during a life crisis, and unfortunately, we are seeing more crises every day. So unfortunately, that does mean that we need to be a steward of the limited resources that we have, and I would be honored to serve again as a Human Services Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Jung? Thank you. Cindy Shope.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Cindy Schoff, and I am not an accountant. I live at 8222 East Via de la Escuela on McCormick Ranch, 85258. I am not an Arizona native as well. I'm originally from Wisconsin. I bought my home in 2021. I came down as a part-time snowbird, and now I'm a full-time resident. My background is I am a recently retired business owner, and I was our HR director, entertainment director, benefit advisor, on-board psychologist, not qualified, you name it. The reason that I applied is a lot of the work that I did with our employees, we had 60 employees, and it was my duty to make sure that everybody had proper benefits, be it insurance, 401k benefits, keeping people happy, putting together productive teams of employees by being able to know each person's personality as best as I could to make sure that people could work very well together. And that could have some challenging times. I am also in the process of becoming a volunteer for Honor Health at the foundation location for the Philanthropy Center. I'm waiting to hear about that. So I am newer to the area as a full-time resident. I'm looking to help out where I can, and I feel with my HR background, I am a very good read of people that I could be of some benefit to help people in our communities that do not have some of the luxuries that the rest of us do. I have not worked on any boards before. I was a landlord for 10 years, so I've dealt with people in that way, making sure people are, that everybody is following the state laws of Wisconsin for renting. So that's a little bit about me. I bring my Midwest nice to the city of Scottsdale, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Shope? Okay, thank you. I will now entertain a vote for the Human Services Advisory Commission. Each council member can vote for 3 nominees. Councilwoman Whitehead?
Okay, I will vote for Cynthia Hill, reappoint Mary Jung and Sheila Rowe.
Thank you, Cindy Hill, Sheila Rowe, and Cindy Shope, and thank you, Mary, for your service to the city.
Cindy Hill, Mary Jong, and Cindy Shope.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Rowe, Ms. Schoaf.
Cindy Hill, Sheila Rowe, Mary Jung.
Cindy Hill, Sheila Rowe, and Cindy Schoaf.
Mary Jung, Sheila Rowe, and Cindy Hill.
It looks like we have a runoff between Mary Jung and Cindy Shope.
That's correct. So give me a
Okay.
moment just to clear the board. But
So that does mean that Cindy Hill and Sheila Rowe have been selected. Congratulations. So we'll start with Mayor Borowski.
Cindy Shope.
Mary Jung.
Ms. Schoaf.
Mary Jung.
Ms. Schoaf.
Mary Jung.
Mary Jung.
Okay, thank you. So Cindy Hill, Sheila Rowe, and Mary Jung have been appointed. Congratulations. The Industrial Development Authority, we have one opening. The Industrial Development Authority's main function is to issue tax-exempt bonds for certain types of private developments for the purpose of attracting new economic activity to the community. There is one vacancy and one nominee. The nominee is Edgar Alvarado, and Mr. Alvarado will be participating in the meeting electronically. Please proceed, Mr. Alvarado.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for making the time. My name is Edgar Alvarado, and I live at 12235 North 93rd Way in Sweetwater Ranch. And my wife and I had a home for 4 years in Scottsdale Country Club East, and we decided to do a new construction, which is where we're at now. And literally, you know, we have made the decision to be permanent residents, and we are literally in the middle of that move this week. So this actually comes in an opportune time. And I've been very familiar with the Phoenix and Scottsdale area since 1993, which is when I first went there on business, and have traveled extensively to the area over those past 35, almost 40 years. And particularly with Scottsdale, my wife and I have traveled there on business and pleasure for over 20 years, fell in love with it. I'm very familiar with the area. I've been very fortunate to have seen the development of Scottsdale over those 35, 40 years, and been extremely impressed with how the growth has been managed, how it's been looked at in terms of benefits for the residents and for tourism, et cetera. And so having made a decision to become permanent residents, I wanted to do my part and give back. And I do have a history of doing that. I think it's a personal priority for me. I do have experience in public service. I am a trustee of the Village of South Barrington here in Illinois. I'm in my middle of my second elected term, which obviously I am resigned or have resigned since we're moving. And my experience is, real estate, investments. I have an undergraduate degree from the University of Illinois, an MBA from Northwestern, have done a significant amount of transactions, so I have an understanding of that financing. And while I am not an accountant, I am a certified financial expert. So that means not only do I basically understand and have conversations with accountants and know what they're saying.
Mr. Alvarado, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Your time has expired. Do we have any questions for Mr. Alvarado? Okay, we will now entertain a vote for the Industrial Development Authority, starting with Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Edgar Alvarado.
We'll just do a vote by acclamation.
Or a vote by acclamation?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Alvarado, you have been appointed.
Thank you very much.
Lost Trust Fund Board, there is one opening. The Lost Trust Fund Board is responsible for recommendations to the City Council regarding the administration of the Lost Trust Fund. There is one vacancy and one nominee. The nominee is Tammy Smith. Ms. Smith will be participating in this afternoon's meeting electronically. Ms. Smith, please go ahead.
Okay, let's do a sound check. Can you hear me clearly?
We got you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Tammy Smith. My address is 7634 East Vista Drive. I have lived in Scottsdale with my husband since 2009, Thank you for the opportunity to interview for the Lost Trust Fund Board. A special thank you to Rommel, who throughout this process has been kind, professional, and helpful. How does my experience relate to the Lost Trust Fund Board? I graduated from the State University of New York at Buffalo with a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Studies. In my professional experience of over 25 years, I've worked for large enterprise corporations in roles involving financial analysis, corporate and municipal budgets, and revenue generation. I have held positions as a compliance and risk manager and as a commercial underwriter, as well as a regional manager of business development with a portfolio that exceeded $500 million. I successfully completed a Six Sigma Green Belt program, as well as Moody's risk management and lending training. My professional career was extraordinary. Opportunities were given to me beyond my dreams. I am grateful, and that is why it is important for me to give back to my community. I am the neighborhood watch captain for my community for the last 9 years. I'm the captain of a precinct in our legislative district 4. Also, I volunteer at the U.S. Military Entrance Processing Station in downtown Phoenix as a volunteer for the American Red Cross service to the armed forces. What do I think is the top issues facing the board? On May 7th, I attended the Lost Trust Fund Board meeting as a guest. The board members and staff were led by George Woods, the Director of Risk Management. They discussed risk management issues and fiscal planning for the year for the city of Scottsdale. The top issues for the Lost Trust Fund Board members are to ask relevant questions and to provide guidance to the city staff. Thank you again for the opportunity to interview for this board, and I will, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Smith? All right. I will now entertain a vote for the Lost Trust Fund Board, starting with Councilman Graham.
I'll acclaim her
By acclamation?
by acclamation.
Yes. Congratulations, Ms. Smith. You have been appointed.
Thank you.
Thank you. McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Commission, there is one opening. The McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Commission provides citizen oversight for acquisition, preservation, management, and stewardship of the McDowell Mountain and related Sonoran Desert for the benefit of this and future generations. There is one vacancy and one nominee. The nominee is Savannah Ankling. Ms. Ankling's term has expired and she is eligible for reappointment. Ms. Ankling?
Hello, everybody. Let me just adjust this. My name is Savannah Engel King. My address is on file, and I was born and raised in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I have lived for the entire 30 years of my life. I would first and foremost like to thank our honorable city council members for supporting my nomination. I would also like to thank my fellow McDowell-Sonoran Preserve commissioners. It's an honor to work with all of you, and I'm humbled to have been chosen as your vice chair. A little bit about my background. My education in biology as an EMT and as a business professional have given me a unique perspective on the preserve and our city's symbiotic relationship with the land. My career as a park ranger, wildlife relocator, and animal control officer have provided me with a deep understanding of public land regulation and enforcement gained through real-life experience. Lastly, my work as a volunteer park guide, educator, and wildlife rehabber has given me a true appreciation for how invaluable education is both for the preservation of public land and for the benefit and well-being of our city. I would also like to thank the City Council for protecting our residents and our votes by continuing to support Prop 490 against the lawsuit filed by the Goldwater Institute. It is the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Commission's duty to advise on the implementation of Proposition 490 within the preserve, and we look forward to sharing our knowledge and insights with the city that we call home to help our fellow residents that are our neighbors, friends, and family. A top issue currently facing the commission is the Rio Verde Wildlife Crossing. I would again like to thank the council for approving the feasibility study so that we may implement this innovative and long-term land management tool and solution as effectively as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Engelking? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll now entertain a vote for the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Commission by acclamation. Savannah Engelking?
Aye.
Aye.
Here, here.
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Engelking, you've been reappointed. Planning Commission, there are 2 openings. The Planning Commission holds public meetings and makes recommendations to the City Council on all matters relating to the creation of zoning districts, the enforcement of zoning regulations, amendments to all zoning ordinances, and any other planning and zoning issues. There are 2 vacancies and 5 nominees. The 5 nominees are Marianne Bazan, Douglas Drake, Katie Kiefer, Thomas LeBlanc Jr., David Reed. I will ask Marianne Bazan and then Douglas Drake to come forward, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'm Marianne Bazan, and I am not an accountant. How can there be so many? I am, however, a very proud graduate of Arizona State University. I got my degree in microbiology, but I have made a vast departure from that and have worked in real estate now for over 30 years. So I have seen a lot of progress. I've seen what has worked, what has not worked, and I understand what the residents here value and what's important to them as our beautiful city grows. I think it's incredibly important that we are very thoughtful and very careful in what we do, how we plan our growth. Certainly there is progress, but there should be a great deal of thought put into that progress, knowing how it affects our community, how it affects our residents, how it affects our homes. And I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Did I answer everything? Ticking the box.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Bazan? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd be very honored, if not this time, sometime in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Drake, Katie Kiefer.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am Doug Drake, and I live at 6929 Montero Way in Scottsdale, and I've been a resident here for 6 years. I'm a retired on-air promotion producer, writer, and editor. I made commercials for popular TV shows and movies for many TV networks and cable channels. I have 6 years of experience on the Burbank, California Planning Commission, with stints as chair and vice chair, where I reviewed quite a large-scale amount of projects and helped settle land use disputes between the city and homeowners, and carried out many other duties for the Burbank City Council. I helped approve the city's general plan that languished for years incomplete. During my tenure, I was the Planning Commission representative on the Sustainability Task Force meetings, helping to keep the city well-focused. I represent Burbank during the discussions of the 710 freeway extensions in Los Angeles, where an expansive tunnel system under a residential neighborhood was proposed. I also was privileged to take several field trips throughout California, Nevada, and Arizona to learn more about water resources in every area. I believe the biggest issue facing the Scottsdale Planning Commission is the potential for high-density mixed-use development proposals coming before the commission. I feel that any large-scale development proposals of a magnitude that we see under construction now or in the queue will need to face more scrutiny for cumulative impacts. So I will bring extra passion, enthusiasm, and insight into the position because I believe I've done it before. I am a respectful, upbeat, and thoughtful person that will take on this position with the utmost responsibility to my community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Do we have any questions? Thank you, sir. Katie Kiefer and then Thomas LeBlanc.
Hello, everyone, Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Katie Kiefer. My address is 9757 East San Salvador Drive. I am a Scottsdale native. I just recently relocated back to good old Scottsdale Ranch from Los Angeles. And collectively, that gets me at 19 years as a resident. My experience includes a bachelor degree in real estate development and an executive master's degree in urban planning. Professionally, I've worked across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors for the last 15 years, giving me a unique 360 view of land use and zoning decisions. I've worked for developers and represented them with the planning process. I've worked for a council member overseeing zoning and general plan amendments, assessing design overlays and CUPs. I've worked for a county doing master planning for county-owned properties and land. And I've worked for a business improvement district, balancing the priorities of property owners with the public realm and economic development priorities. I believe the most pressing priority is community engagement. It's the foundation that interconnects the Planning Commission's work with individual projects. Community engagement is simply community listening. It's meeting people where they are at, to build a sense of ownership and trust from day one of a project and maintain the transparency throughout that project's evolution, be it someone's backyard, down the street, or generally within their community. And with that, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Kiefer? Thank you. Thomas LeBlond and then David Reed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Tom LeBlond. I reside in True North at 28412 North 92nd Place. As a proud Scottsdale resident since 1985, I am here to apply for a position on the Planning Commission. My passion is to preserve Scottsdale's unique character, charm, and quality of life. I am committed to promoting responsible growth, protecting our natural beauty, and upholding the values that make our community exceptional. With 38 years as a home builder in Scottsdale, I have constructed over 400 custom homes. This experience has given me a deep understanding of building codes, city regulations, and HOA guidelines. My experience designing and building high-quality homes has enabled me to provide valuable insights for informed decision on the Planning Commission. The primary issue facing the Planning Commission is the influx of monolithic, uninspired structures that threaten Scottsdale's unique style and its reputation as a world-class place to live. These developments risk eroding the city's distinctive character, which is defined by beautiful, harmonious architecture and natural surroundings. To address this, I would advocate for stricter design guidelines that focus on architectural excellence, beauty, and compatibility with Scottsdale desert environment. Done.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. LeBlond? Thank you. David Reed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is David Reed. I live at 7631 East Corva Drive in Scottsdale, and I've been a wonderfully happy citizen here for the last 15 years. I'm a graduate of ASU's W.P. Carey School of Business, and after college, I spent my career leading divisions of two large public corporations. I currently serve on a board of directors and on the Scottsdale Airport Commission. My experience in college, in business, and on the Airport Commission have taught me the value of staying focused on your goals while also understanding how to negotiate with different constituents to align and incorporate their needs in plans that are acceptable to everyone. I believe the most important issue facing the Planning Commission and the City Council is the development and also the redevelopment of our city to maintain its unique and valuable characteristics. I love our open spaces, our parks, our restaurants, our golf, our entertainment venues that facilitate our lifestyles. The architecture of our city and the balance of high density and low density living and working and recreational environments must be cherished and maintained. We can and must do a better job to ensure quality development. Thank you for your consideration.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Reed? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We will now entertain a vote for the Planning Commission. Each council member can vote for 2 nominees. Councilman Quasman.
I nominate Doug Drake and Tom LeBond.
Mary Ann McCallum.
I nominate Doug Drake and Katie Kiefer.
I will nominate Katie Kiefer and David Reed.
What a great group of applicants. Tough to pick. Great choices. Thank you all for applying. I am going to cast my vote for Doug Drake and Tom LeBond.
I will vote for Mary Ann Bazan and David Reed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All the applicants very qualified and very appreciate their application. I will cast my votes for Mr. Drake and Mr. Reed.
And I will vote for Douglas Drake and Thomas LeBlond. Mr. Drake, congratulations. It looks like we have a runoff between Thomas LeBlond and David Reed. Councilwoman McCallum?
David Reed.
David Reed.
Tom LeBlond.
David Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Tom LeBlond.
Mr. Reed.
Douglas Drake and David Reed have been appointed. Congratulations. The Tourism Development Commission. There is 1 industry rep opening. The Tourism Development Commission advises the City Council on matters concerning the expenditure of revenues from the transaction privilege tax on transient lodging, which is bed tax, designated for tourism development. Special qualifications. As specified in the Scottsdale City Code, the Tourism Development Commission shall consist of representatives of the tourism industry in Scottsdale, including a minimum of 4 Scottsdale hoteliers, 1 member of the Scottsdale Convention and Visitors Bureau, and a balance from elements of the tourism industry. There is 1 industry representative position vacancy and 3 nominees. The nominees are Darian Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen will be participating in this afternoon's meeting electronically. Joseph Shurshenovich and French Thompson. We will hear first from Darian Nguyen and then Joseph Shurshenovich. Darian?
Good afternoon. My name is Darian Nguyen, and I'm a proud Scottsdale native of over 20 plus years, and I currently live at 24344 North 75th Way. I'm a professional chess player and an ASU graduate with an educator background, working with over 100 students, both locally and internationally, from Scottsdale to Switzerland and beyond. I have created and hosted competitive programs with local vendors at top resorts in Scottsdale and built a global network I can leverage to elevate our city's presence worldwide. With my background in education, technology, business analytics, and machine learning, I can help Scottsdale modernize its outreach using targeted marketing, search engine optimization, and digital platforms. The biggest challenge for the Tourism Development Commission is expanding our audience reach. I bring together both local networks and global reach to transform Scottsdale to a year-round, multi-generational destination. With strong roots and passion in this community and a global platform to build from, I am ready to help Scottsdale grow into a dynamic, inclusive, and internationally recognized city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Wen? Thank you, Mr. Wen. Joseph Shershenovich, and then French Thompson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Joe Shershenovich. I live in McCormick Ranch, 85258. I've lived in Scottsdale for 39 years. I've worked in Scottsdale golf and hospitality industry for nearly 40 years. My wife is a native. We've raised our children here, built a career here on the golf and hospitality pillars of the Scottsdale economy. I'm thrilled at the opportunity to give back and lend industry perspective to the big picture items facing the Commission. I've been fortunate to be employed as the general manager at Greyhawk Golf Club, which opened 30 years ago. We've hosted many great local and national events in our history that have brought the entire Scottsdale hospitality community together to deliver a memorable experience for all of our attendees. Most recently, Greyhawk, Arizona State, and Scottsdale hosted the women's and men's NCAA Division I National Championships from 2021 to 2023 in May, with over 300 student athletes from all over the country, coaches, university sports information directors, and parents attending. The NCAA enjoyed the spirit of our great community with all of our enthusiastic golf volunteers and the host hotel being the Grand Hyatt at Gainey Ranch, and most notably, our great weather. Tourism is foundational to the city of Scottsdale's economy, and with over 35 years in the Scottsdale golf industry, I firmly believe that golf is the heartbeat of Scottsdale's tourism ecosystem. Ensuring that the golf industry's voice is represented in the tourism conversations happening throughout the city and within the Commission is paramount, as Scottsdale is rightly regarded as one of the best places to play golf in the world. The Scottsdale golf sector employs thousands of people, and I'm pleased to be an advocate on its behalf, as it has certainly earned its mainstay in the Scottsdale tourism market with the great courses and our continued returning customers who enjoy everything Scottsdale has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Thank you, sir. French Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is French Thompson. My address is on record. You know, I was really impressed with these other two people that are in front of me, so I'm going to vote for one or the other of these two, and I'm going to withdraw my nomination. I think both of these two are more qualified than I am. I will say that one of the things that I think I would bring to the board, because I've presented to it, I've been involved with it for many years. I was the president of the Scottsdale Gallery Association for many terms. I was also the president of the Contemporary Forum with the Phoenix Art Museum, which was the largest fundraising group that the Phoenix Art Museum had. I've been in retail for over 40 years. I've lived here for 47 years. And I think if I was on this board, I would add a unique perspective, because as a small businessman, you have to be really nimble on your feet. You have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to change. And I'm very aware that tourism is a major draw for this city. You know, we generate a lot of sales tax off of them. And I'm right there on the front line. I'm talking to these people as they come in as businesses, and one of the first things we do is we say, hey, where are you from? Honestly, for many years, I would be surprised when somebody would say they're from here. I mean, it's getting more because the city's getting bigger, but generally, it would be a shock that somebody said they lived here. So I know how important the tourism is. And, you know, my idea would be simply to bring a different view of the arts and the retail business to the commission and be able to share that, because it's all teamwork. Everybody on the commission works together to be able to make it better for the city of Scottsdale. So, thank you for your time and that consideration, but I'm withdrawing my application.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I'll now entertain a vote for the Tourism Development Commission. Each council member can vote for one nominee, and I will start with Councilwoman Whitehead.
Okay, I am going to, first of all, say I'm so intrigued, again, with Mr. Nguyen, so I may be following up with you. I'd love to see that broadened to professional chess in Scottsdale. But for tonight, I'll be voting for Mr. Shershenovich.
I echo what Councilwoman Whitehead just said. 3 great candidates, and I'm going to cast my vote for Joseph Shershenovich.
Same here. Thank you very much.
French. Are you sure? You say they're qualified? They are qualified, but everyone's qualified to me. But you think that right today, as we sit here right now, they edge you in the qualifications. Okay, fine. I will cast mine for Mr. Shershenovich.
Joseph Shershenovich.
Madam Vice Mayor, I just want to say very quickly that one of the exciting aspects of having Joseph on this commission is really the focus of golf in our tourism industry. As the chair of the Subcommittee of Economic Development, golf is a forefront of our future and our present, our past, and our future. And I am looking forward to working directly with you as much as humanly possible as we make sure that it has the environmental focus, the economic focus, and the cultural focus for this city. So enthusiastically for Mr. Shershenovich.
All right. Mr. Shershenovich has been appointed. Congratulations,
Vice
sir.
Mayor.
Can I vote?
Sorry.
I was just going to say that was very humble of French, who does have a vast knowledge of arts in Scottsdale, to so kindly withdraw. And I'm enthusiastically voting for Joe Shershenovich because of his decades of experience and how that affects tourism in Scottsdale. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
My apologies. Thank you, and congratulations.
Vice Mayor, if I may, for the record, Councilwoman Littlefield, if we can just get your formal vote for this opening.
Yes, it's for Mr. Shershenovich, but also I would like to say I see a good place for professional chess players in Scottsdale, too. So you might reach out to this young man and see what you can come up with together. Thank you.
This concludes our appointment process for today. I would like to thank all of our nominees for their interest in serving on a city board or commission. We are fortunate to continue to receive qualified applicants for the position on our boards and commissions. If you were not appointed today, your application will remain on file for consideration at a future date if there are additional vacancies. City staff will contact the individuals appointed this evening and provide them with information on next steps regarding their appointment. The City of Scottsdale is very fortunate to have such dedicated and talented individuals who are willing and ready to serve our city. Thank you very much to all applicants, and congratulations. Mayor Borowski?
Thank you very much, and yes, thank you to everyone that applied, and please come back if you didn't make it tonight, because lots of great applicants, and we really appreciate your support and enthusiasm for our city. So with that, our special meeting business has concluded. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll go ahead. We have a 5 o'clock regular meeting, but we're going to go ahead and take a 10 minute break. Let's go with 10. I heard 10. Thank you very much for your patience. having too much fun here. This time, I'd like to call the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting to order. City Clerk Ben Lane, may I please have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Lisa Borowski.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jan Duboskus.
Here.
Council members Barry Graham. Adam Quasman. Kathy Littlefield.
Here.
Marianne McCallan.
Present.
And Solange Whitehead.
Here.
City Manager Greg Hayton.
Here.
Acting City Attorney Louis Santea.
Here.
City Treasurer Sonia Andrews.
Here.
Acting City Auditor Leigh Clough.
Here.
And the clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Clerk Lane. Tonight we have Scottsdale Sergeant Bernice Ingram and Officer Darren Hyman, as well as firefighter Ray Igliani. In the event anyone needs any assistance, please notify a member of our capable staff. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to ask Councilwoman McCallan to lead us. Thank you. And tonight's invocation will be led by Councilman Barry Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite to the podium Pastor Mark Driscoll, who is making his way to the podium. I'll say a few brief words about Pastor Mark. Pastor Mark founded Trinity Church in Scottsdale in 2016, and it has grown the city's faith community through his dedicated leadership. Under his leadership, Trinity has invested over $5 million to expand and renovate the historic Glass and Garden Church located at Pima and McDonald. It's the circular white church. Yeah, that's right. And while preserving its legacy and serving thousands. A prolific author, Pastor Driscoll has inspired many with his writings, and alongside his wife and high school sweetheart, Grace Driscoll, raising 5 children and with 4 grandchildren, the 5th on the way. It is my honor to introduce Pastor Mark Driscoll to lead today's invocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. It's an honor to be here. On behalf of our family and our church family, we love you, we appreciate you, we thank you. Our family moved here almost a decade ago. It has been one of the great joys of our life, and the church we started 8 years ago has been richly blessed and very well loved by the community, so we appreciate you very much, and it's an honor to pray. If you'd like to bow and join me, you're welcome to. Lord God, I first and foremost say thank you. I thank you for the history of this great city, founded by Winfield Scott, a Bible-teaching veteran who was committed to faith and to family and to freedom. And God, I thank you that those values continue to this very day. God, I thank you for where we are at the present here in Scottsdale, a growing, thriving, prosperous city. We say thank you. And Lord God, I pray for our leaders as they have decisions to make regarding our future. Lord God, those decisions that will affect my children and my grandchildren who call this home, as well as many other. Lord God, I ask for wisdom, that they would make decisions that would consider all the variables in the future. And God, I ask that you would give them courage to do the right thing, whatever the personal price may be. And Lord God, I thank you for each of their sacrifices and their time. I ask for a blessing in Jesus' name on their families as they're giving time here. I pray that you would be blessing those who love them and those whom they love. And Lord God, we thank you for these people in their service, and we ask for their decision-making and leadership to guide us into a great future. And we ask for all of this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Possible executive session announcement, as is always the case during this meeting tonight, the council may make a motion to recess into executive session. In the event we need to obtain legal advice on any applicable item on the agenda, if authorized by the council, the executive session will be held immediately and will not be open to the public. The public meeting in that case would resume following the executive session. Right now, I'd like to move on to the first public comment, which is reserved for Scottsdale's citizens, business owners, and/or property owners to comment on non-agendized items that are within the council's jurisdiction. No official council action will be taken on these items, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes. And if you wish to speak on a non-agendized item or an agendized topic this evening, please see City Clerk Ben Lane. And this evening, for non-agendized comments, public comments, we've received, I'm going to take all of them now, and that's 7 people, I believe, starting with Alexandra Craig, who I understand has some donated time. Okay, if you have 4 minutes as a result, does that work for you? Okay, terrific. And then Michael Fernandez, R.L. Whitmer, Dan Isaac, Carrie Cox will be up in the queue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Alexandra Craig. I am a citizen here to share with you the results of the 2025 Sustainable Scottsdale Awards Program, which was led by the Scottsdale Environmental Advisory Commission. This award program celebrates members of the community who are spearheading significant environmental advancements and recognizes innovative change makers whose efforts inspire actions to improve quality of life and make Scottsdale a more livable, eco-friendly city. Applications were assessed using 2 main benchmarks, producing impacts and fostering innovation. On this slide, you can see a snapshot of the history of the award. An excellent example of a previous winner is the Hyatt Regency Scottsdale, which demonstrated that financial success and environmental stewardship are interrelated and mutually achievable goals. For the 2025 application process, we had a 2-phased format developed by SEEK, and a total of 12 applications were submitted, representing a diverse range of initiatives, including resorts, financial firms, local nonprofits, small businesses, and even one of Arizona's largest healthcare networks, Honor Health. That said, the 2025 award was presented to Scottsdale Unified's Echo Canyon School for their successful implementation of a closed-loop food system, as demonstrated on this slide. Echo Canyon initiated its efforts by partnering with Arizona State University to conduct a food waste audit, sparking conversations with students K through 8 about the importance of taking only what they need. They introduced mill food recycling bins into their classrooms and implemented worm farms to provide hands-on composting lessons. The resulting compost is then used in their campus's pesticide-free gardens to grow a variety of fruits and vegetables. Echo Canyon then partners with local chefs through their Blue Watermelon project to harvest the garden's produce and prepare nutritious meals for students. Any leftover produce, any leftover food is then returned to the composting system, completing the closed loop. Altogether, these initiatives are grounded in science and data while also engaging students in hands-on learning opportunities. Over the past year, from September 2024 to April 2025, Echo Canyon has calculated a 65% reduction in the amount of waste going to the landfill. This was achieved by not giving anything up, but rather the students simply being more mindful and making better choices. Echo Canyon's composting efforts help reduce food waste and mitigate the harmful environmental impacts. This is critical as 30 to 40% of the U.S. food supply is wasted and accounts for approximately 24% of all municipal solid waste that is landfilled. Additionally, wasted food squanders all the valuable resources that went into producing it, such as water, energy, labor, transportation, and more. Conversely, composting not only prevents the harmful impacts we saw on the previous slide, but it also returns the valuable nutrients to the soil, improving its overall health and ability to retain water. In turn, healthier soil stores more carbon, combating climate change on a local scale. Echo Canyon's initiatives also demonstrate strong social benefits. The program actively engages school staff, students, families, and the broader community. From a school-wide survey, approximately 75% of families are engaging in conversations about minimizing food waste at home. Students learn resource allocation and mindful decision-making and are encouraged to take leadership roles through their Culinary Cultivators program. Notably, the pre-K students are able to understand the concept of waste and recognize that they should only take what they need. We do have a video. I know I'm out of time, but
I know you had two other contributors for your time. How much time? Another minute? Would that?
the video is 1 minute, and
Yeah,
I can
okay,
speak.
perfect. Let's see the rest of it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Clayton, are you able? Okay, great. So this is a video just highlighting some of the photos from the award ceremony that took place on the campus on April 28th. And we had the students, staff, and administration team join us for the award ceremony, which was immediately followed by a campus tour led by the student culinary cultivators, who proudly were enthusiastically sharing their work and showcasing the sustainability efforts that they helped lead. And we saw their critter farms, their hissing cockroaches, the worms, butterfly sanctuary, tortoises. So it was really an exciting experience for the commissioners that were able to attend, as well as the students who were incredibly excited to share all of their achievements.
Does that conclude your presentation?
That does, yeah.
Well done. My apology, because I didn't know you had a presentation. That was very well done, and thank you for sharing all that information with us. I do think there's a couple of comments, and Councilwoman McCallum.
Okay, Alexander, great presentation. I did have the honor of attending the awards ceremony. I was very honored that you asked, and I know one of the two of the SEEK board members, other than yourself, were also there. Judah was there also. But just watching the kids, and Senator Warner was there, Karen Warner was there also with us, and just watching the pride from when they're the young kids growing up through the ranks. They all know that when they get to a certain grade level, they get to do this responsibility, and then by the time they're in 8th grade, they get to mentor the kids that were in 5th grade. Just a lot of really well-done programming that benefits our city and helps with the sustainability efforts, but most of all, helps build leadership amongst the students. Thank you for all your efforts. It was an honor to be a part of it, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo that I am just thrilled that the commission, somehow I missed that you were doing this. And I want to point out that, of course, just last meeting, Recycled City was on topic again, because not only is Recycled City doing the work at the school, but they also are composting our food waste at our food bank down south. So it's just a wonderful company, and this is why commissions are just really make Scottsdale the best city. So thank you for that. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Fernandez.
I'm in trouble.
We're just supporting you. Brought your full band with you.
This is my posse of girls.
There you go. You're back up.
I'm married to my wife, Lisa, and I love her, but these are my friends. Atta girl. Is this thing on? Thank you. I'm Michael Fernandez, address on record. I own Pottery Paradise, a business that has been in Scottsdale since 1951. After having been extremely active in Scottsdale politics and elections for 3 decades, I took a short respite only to get re-engaged early this year when I heard the City Council was going to build a 3-story concrete parking garage that will ruin the appeal of historic Old Town, desecrate the old Adobe Mission, displace the farmers market, and decimate area businesses like the Mission Restaurant, Carson's, Bootleggers, and many others, forcing them to relocate if they can. On May 20th, we handed in a petition with more than 5,000 signatures asking for a public hearing. 6 of you, led by Councilman Barry B.S. Graham, rejected the mayor's plea to give us a public hearing. When campaigning, Mr. Graham promised us that he would always listen to the public. He pledged in a column, "If elected to the City Council, I will respond to the citizens' feedback." Really? What he didn't reveal is that you would never have the opportunity to give any feedback on the public record. For crying out loud, why are you being so obstinate? You're acting like my kids when they were 5 years old and younger. Unless, of course, like them, you have something to hide. Stop digging the hole and covering yourself up. Recently, Patty Badnock conducted a survey of 41 area businesses. 33 opposed building the garage in historic Old Town. Mr. Graham, in your emails responding to residents, you claim that I am working as a lobbyist for the light rail industry. That is complete BS. Mr. Graham, when you were a pimple-faced teenager, I was spending vast amounts of money, time and money, fighting light rail coming to Scottsdale. Mr. Graham, your anonymous social media flacks have resorted to attacks claiming that committee members are paid grifters. This is also BS. I'm here tonight to request that the council turn over a new leaf and actually put citizens first and give us our public hearing so that you can get an accurate, on-the-record public feedback. You okay? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. It looks like Councilman Graham has a question.
No, I'll just respond very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, but I dispute ever making that accusation about you. I didn't make that accusation, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
R.L. Whitmer, followed by Daniel Isaac, Kerry Cox, and then Steve Sutton and Jason Alexander.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. R.L. Whitmer, address on record. It's been over 15 years since I appeared before this body, but maybe we'll change that. I'm going to read a few excerpts from a column written in 2022 by Barry Graham, a candidate for Scottsdale City Council, titled, "Listening to Residents Isn't Enough." I'll repeat it. Listening to residents is not enough. Quote, "Every candidate running for City Council says if elected, they will listen to residents. We've heard that before, only to be disappointed after they were elected. I don't believe listening is enough. Since I began my Put Residents First campaign for council, I've communicated with thousands of residents. Several themes have emerged. The overwhelming majority of residents say that they're worried that there is little regard given to their opinion. They tell me they want our city's economy to grow and prosper. They also say it's important to make sure the city enforces standards for quality development. I agree with residents. Protecting our city's character is paramount to preserving our quality of life, expanding our economy, and attracting visitors. Quality standards are not just about design, aesthetics, building materials, or even height and density. They include ensuring residents' input about a project's appropriateness for an area. Sound familiar? As a member of the City Planning Commission, I wasn't influenced by political hyperbole. I carefully scrutinized projects and focused on the intensity of the residents' feedback. I never went along to get along, nor did I hesitate to reject projects like Greenbelt 88 or Shea Corridor apartment projects that the majority of residents opposed. While it is important for council members to listen, listening isn't enough. If elected to the City Council, I will respond to citizen feedback, end quote. Barry, you now have the opportunity to do what you promised the voters, to listen to the public and respect citizen feedback. Supporting holding a public hearing on building the parking garage in the heart of historic Old Town is a place to start. Please give us our public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Graham has a question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmer.
Okay, Dan Isaac.
Dan Isaac, address on record. Mayor, 3 minutes is not enough. I would need 3 hours to talk about all of the bad behavior of several of our council members, but I'm going to highlight just a few things. Adam, you keep talking about respect, although you don't even have the respect to look at me while I'm speaking, yet you sent a text, vulgar-laden, threatening to pull the mayor out of her office. You were unapologetic about it. In fact, you told the press it was just your passion showing. Adam, I don't think people think that's passion. I think that's something that's unhinged and inappropriate. Not quite as bad as chasing after a school bus full of kids, but I'll give you some time to do something worse. Jan, you're also unapologetic. You referred to the mayor as a female-specific pejorative. You told the press you shouldn't have said it. You didn't say that it was wrong, nor did you apologize for it. Jan, do you believe that's an appropriate term for you to be referred to by your colleagues or by residents? Is that the term that you teach your children to use to respect women? And God forbid, what happens when your girls are old enough and are called that? Do you think it's okay? But you don't apologize. You just said, I shouldn't have said it. And then there's Barry. Yeah, I'm going to listen to residents. Barry and his minions have had me thrown off next door. But guess what? Barry doesn't want to listen to residents. He wants to listen to residents that support him. Could I have the ammo, please? So since I'm off next door, my husband, who abhors politics but loves me, is posting some comments. Barry Graham is reporting them to moderators to have them removed. You can see what my husband posted, which is actually 100% factual about the 2019 bond election. But Barry then tells the next door moderators that I am providing false information about an election. And he says that Javier is not civil. Barry, oh, and I'm sorry, we're also circulating a third petition, and Javier posted a link to that petition online. Barry told Nextdoor that it's spam and it's solicitation. Barry, did you complain about the dozens of Axon posts asking people to sign the petition? No, you didn't. So, Barry, why is it that you only want to listen to residents that support you? There's a reason for that, because you're the worst type of politician. So maybe, and if you care about civil dialogue, call off your attack dog, Scottsdale voter A.K. Rod Pritchett, who revealed himself during your ethics Zoom meeting, and talk about the horrible things that he says about residents and business owners in Scottsdale. But you won't, because we know what you are.
Thank you. Carrie Cox.
My name is Carrie Cox. I reside at 13326 East Sorrel Lane in Scottsdale for the last 12 years. Good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about the Shea Boulevard Corridor Road Work Project. I have a degree in traffic safety, and with this degree, I taught driver education for 35 years. How many of you have taught a teenager how to drive? I'm still here. The driver ed curriculum, which I taught, included teaching about highway features, safety, and designs. For your recollection, the Shea Roadwork project extends from the 101 loop east to 136th Street. The roadwork project enhancements included sidewalks, right turn lanes, and offset left turn lanes. We know for a fact, and according to the National Highway Transportation System, rear-end collisions are the most frequent type of accidents on our roadways. By adding the right turn lane, this will help to alleviate this type of accident. The second leading cause of accident is side impact, which usually occurs in an intersection with vehicles turning left across traffic. By adding the offset left turn lane, this allows a driver to have an excellent visual lead to see all lanes of traffic to make a safer left turn. Mayor Borowski, you ran a campaign that highlighted a promise to, quote, strengthen public safety and implement common sense traffic solutions, end quote. I would say promises made, promises kept on this project. And kudos to City Council, men and women, for working together on identifying and completing this road work. This project is good for the well-being of drivers in Scottsdale. However, I do have two suggestions. My neighbors and I have given Shea Boulevard a new name. We call it Shea Speedway. We all know Arizona drivers have a very difficult time controlling their speed. 50 really means 60. We also know that the Shea Corridor has grown in housing, businesses, medical facilities, hospitals, schools, and churches. In my professional opinion, I would change the speed limit as follows. From the 101 loop to 100th Street, drop the speed limit to 35. From 100th Street to 136th Street, which is the last part of that, 40 miles an hour. My recommendation would be for the walk and don't walk signs to flash before the light turns yellow. I also taught my young drivers to peek at the crosswalk signs to determine when a light would change before entering the intersection. Just maybe we could have fewer red light runners in Scottsdale. I thank you, and it's been my pleasure speaking before you tonight.
Thank you, Carrie. All very good information, and hopefully we'll have more to come on the red lights and turn lights.
Adam, I taught and I coached girls golf for 35 years, so I'll meet you there.
And anybody?
Okay, I think we have another question or comment. Vice Mayor DeBasquez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to record her recommendations and perhaps through the new constituent services team, get back with Ms. Cox.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman Graham.
did you come to kind of tell us that we did a good job in some ways?
I am definitely saying that. Changing the tune.
You know,
And the
we don't-
narrative.
We don't get that very often. We'll take that.
Exactly.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Quasman.
I just want to add, and just as somebody who does this for a living and deals with car accidents, I think your recommendations are outstanding. I think also increasing yellow lights by 1 second has proven to be a huge benefit for the community in stopping red light runners. And I think there's national data on that, and looking forward to working with you. I think it's outstanding. So thank you very much for all you've said.
Thank you. Steve Sutton. And lastly, we'll have Jason Alexander.
Could you turn on this? This is working. Okay, great. Sorry, I've got a couple things here.
Steve Sutton, address on record. I'm not giving my address tonight. I think you'll understand why later. Good evening, Honorable Lisa Borowski, Mayor of Scottsdale, and council members. At the last meeting, Tom Frankel said something about being sure he would get near unanimous support from Old Town business owners to build a garage at the parking corral. I think you already got some evidence tonight that that's not necessarily true. I've only made contact with 12 business owners and property owners south of Main Street in historic Old Town. 11 of the 12 signed my petition. 2 property owners told me to use their names as references to get more signatures. At the last council meeting, I told you I have a petition circulating asking the council to direct the city manager to do an unbiased, objective parking study in the southeast and southwest quadrants of Old Town. Shortly after I told the council that, I asked Rod Pritchett, Barry Graham's political advisor, how angry is Barry with me? Rod Pritchett's response was, he's not angry with you, he thinks you're irrelevant. Apparently, I'm not so irrelevant anymore. Over the last 2 weeks, Barry Graham, his political advisor, Rod Pritchett, and his friends have conducted a near continuous attack upon me in social media. Through email, through a Scottsdale Progress article by Susan Clapp, complaints to the police I'm harassing people for petition signatures, French Thompson harassing me while I'm collecting petition signatures to the point I have to call the police, and through Barry Graham's abuse of political power in an attempt to intimidate me using the Scottsdale Police Department. As explained to me on the telephone by Detective Dustin Patrick, Barry Graham insinuated a post I made on Nextdoor gave him concern because of the political assassination in Minnesota. Pardon me, Councilman. You should be more concerned about your unintentionally inspiring one of your devotees to assassinate me. The very next day, Rod Pritchett's Scottsdale Edge made the following statement, which is on the bottom of this page. Another conspiracist working on the mayor's campaign to relocate the Old Town parking garage got himself in hot water by being accused of making threats to an opinion leader on social media. He has been placed on the police department's watch list. Now I wonder, where did Rod get that tip? By the way, a detective, sergeant, and assistant police chief have told me I'm not on a watch list. In fact, there is no watch list. I did nothing wrong other than exercise my First Amendment right to criticize a politician. I see a pattern here. Barry, Jan, and Adam first tried to silence Mayor Borowski, and now they're attempting to silence me. All because I dared to rebut the misinformation Barry Graham and his followers post on Nextdoor, and I am asking residents of Scottsdale to request by petition that the City Council conduct an up-to-date parking structure or study before spending $20 million for a garage most people do not think they want or think is even necessary at the parking corral. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Councilman Graham.
Mr. Sutton, thank you. I planned for all that to stay private. Most of what you said is unproven speculation that I wouldn't agree with. I wanted to keep that issue.
This is your police report, Councilman Graham. It's not speculation.
Mr. Sutton, thank you. I wanted to keep that incident private. You did make the comment on my social media that about unpleasant consequences that would happen to me, and so I informed a member of the police, and it was supposed to remain private. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
There was no privacy involved whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Jason Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski. I would like to use the overhead as well, please. Jason Alexander, my address is on record. And I would like to speak about Barry Graham's conviction for violating the city's ethics code. Barry's testimony, what got him convicted, was that it diverged from 3 separate city employees. one might conclude that Barry was lying, but the judges certainly concluded that 3 witnesses said one thing and Barry said something else. The judges did not comment on Barry's intent. Barry claimed that it was just an innocent mistake. But I think if you go on social media, what you see from Barry is very different than a simple innocent mistake where you go, I'm sorry, there was a mix-up. This was an email Barry sent around the day the complaint was filed. Barry is the target of tax and spend, leadership-phobic losers. I won't be intimidated by a gaggle of losing candidates with a grudge against residents. Barry and his publicist, Rod Pritchett, quickly sunk lower, calling out and publishing the names and faces of the complainant and her assistant. It must suck to be you. Now, this gentleman is a 70-year-old blind senior citizen who simply wanted to walk safely in his neighborhood so he could live his life autonomously and with dignity. And before Barry denies any knowledge of who Rod is, others have said it here tonight, Rod was best man at Barry's wedding and worked on his 2022 campaign. The toxicity continued, posting photos and history of the complainant, Laura Norton, and trying to rally a mood against her by making it partisan, claiming this was all a partisan attack. This is from the councilman who said, we are passing an ideology-free budget. We are finally getting ideology out of city council. Now, whether Ms. Norton volunteers for Kamala Harris, asking for a sidewalk and being a neighborhood advocate is irrelevant. And shame on you, Mr. Graham, for turning this into a partisan issue and trying to out and dox this woman. After the conviction, Barry's PR team went into overdrive. Leftist City Attorney Sherry Scott reviews leftist Laura Schwartz's complaint, and it's ruled on by leftist judges. Does this sound like someone who made an innocent mistake, as Barry claimed? This is the worst one. Barry and his PR team called out and doxed the 2 city staff members who were simply doing their job, responding to a subpoena. Calls them out by name, and ends with, would you hire them? This is why we have whistleblower laws, to prevent the abuse of power. There's more, there was lots more. Here's another one. Unforgivable leftist losers, 2 washed up leftist judges. So now not only is Barry just acting completely despicably, but he's casting doubt on the entire legal process around the city. That in itself, I think, deserves consequences. Finally, Barry's latest email, at least with putting his name behind it, he takes a slightly more conciliatory tone. Politically motivated, had 0 merit. Well, the judges felt it did have merit, and he ends with, to avoid weaponizing the ethics complaint process. Well, I guess it's okay for Barry to weaponize social media, weaponize partisanship, out people, abuse his power, punch down. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Mr. Alexander's spiritedness. A lot of that's just wild, unproven, baseless speculation, Mr. Alexander.
Which part, Barry, was speculative?
Oh, substantial amounts of it.
Please,
if
please,
not
I'm
all.
here. Let's talk about it. I've got the screenshots. Why don't you tell me which ones were speculative?
Let me give you an example.
Please do.
So, excuse me. Maybe we can have this conversation off
Okay, let me just wrap
the
it up here.
dais some other time.
Let me just, the sucks to be you, that was posted by Protect Scottsdale. I don't know, it might have been reposted, but that's from Protect Scottsdale. And you actually penned an op-ed where you used the word conviction, which is arguably defamatory because there was no such thing as a conviction, and you actually were forced to retract what you wrote in your op-ed in the Scottsdale Independent and on multiple cases. What you said was inaccurate, and you had to retract it.
I retracted nothing,
So
Barry.
it was changed. It was changed. So I respect your spiritedness, but it was just baseless speculation.
So
Thank you.
what word would you use other than conviction, Barry?
All right, this is for public comment
Thank you,
on
Mayor
non-agendized items, so you all can take that somewhere after. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Now we have that concludes the first and second public comment on non-agendized items, and now we'll move on to the meeting minute approval. Meeting minutes approvals. That's harder than it sounds. Are there any revisions to the meeting minutes, special meeting minutes of May 13th, 2025, or executive session minutes May 13th, 2025? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve those.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate your vote by aye. Next, we move on to the consent agenda items. We have consent agenda items 1 through 21A. Do any members of the City Council have any questions or wish to speak or have more information about any of the consent agenda items? If not, we did receive, let me pause. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. We did receive one public comment on item number 7 that I'd like to take before we take any vote, and that is from Daniel Isaac.
Dan Isaac, address still on record. I don't like when the state overreaches into municipal business, but it does, despite our legislature claiming to be conservative. They overreach quite a bit. When they passed the ADU and the adaptive reuse, it was a clear overreach. But unfortunately, it is the law. And Scottsdale is partially responsible for that overreach, because the state legislature said, if cities keep saying no to everything, we're going to override your rights. Again, I don't like that from a philosophical perspective, but it is the law of Arizona. City of Scottsdale took the law, drafted various legal documents to comply with the law. The state made it clear you're not complying with the law. The state passed more legislation, and Scottsdale is now trying for the second time to circumvent the law. Now, I read through all of the meeting materials, and it's a bunch of legal blah, blah, blah. But what was very clear was the opinion from the Arizona Multifamily Housing Association, which pointed out why the proposed changes that Scottsdale is making not only is violating the spirit of the law, but it's violating the letter of the law. Scottsdale is racking up legal fees defending various lawsuits, whether it be the Axon bill, the Goldwater lawsuit, and now they're going to end up racking up legal fees if they pass these amendments, which are not compliant with the intent of the law. So I'm asking City Council to defer this item, actually rewrite it so that it is in compliance with the law, so that we don't have to waste our staff's time and our taxpayers' dollars to defend a lawsuit, which will certainly come if you pass this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac.
The lawsuit won't be for me. I don't own any property that's developable.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Seeing no other speakers or questions, I will I close the public comment as a result, and I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda items.
So
Mayor,
moved without
so
objection.
move.
Who wants to do the second? Okay. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please indicate your vote. All right. Next, there's a couple of things that are out of order. Citizens petition, which is on our agenda as item number 28. I understand we have a petition that's been submitted. Is that correct, Ben Lane?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. As a result, this portion of the agenda is reserved for the submission and/or consideration of citizen petitions. There is no limit on the number of petitions a citizen may submit. However, each citizen is limited to a total time of 3 minutes to speak on his or her petition during either the first or second public comment, which we heard, I believe it was Mike Hernandez we heard from on this. Is that right, Mike? Okay. Now, the council must accept and acknowledge, which we'll do now, receipt of the citizen's petition. Any member of the council may make a motion to be voted on by the council to direct the city manager to agendize the petition for further discussion, direct the city manager to investigate the matter and prepare a written response to the council with a copy to the petitioner, or 3, take no action. And having received the petition, I am going to make a motion to agendize this matter, the petition, for further discussion at a future hearing. And I'd like to speak to that motion before I hear if there's a second. And hopefully there will be this time. So, having been on council 2008 to 2012 and now a big 5 months as mayor, I've seen a lot of issues come and go before the city council that raise a lot of, input from our residents. And I have to say, this probably tops the chart, at least between 2008 and 2012, and definitely so far as my term as mayor, during my term as mayor. And, literally, universally, there's been such an outpouring of support for this council to change the location or reconsider the location of this garage at 2nd and Brown, or across from the old Adobe Mission. So at a minimum, I think all of this diverse support for that direction, and I thought it was a bad location. I mean, everyone knows that right now, but it certainly, I didn't expect it to turn into such a big issue for, as I said, a universally, it's opposed by diverse factions and constituencies in our community. So at a minimum, I would urge my colleagues to schedule a hearing. We have hearings on agenda items all the time. For those of you, by way of background, this particular garage at this location was approved before 4 of us took office, and so we did not make that original decision. But as has been proven by this council, we're not afraid to reconsider and look at what was done to see if it can be done better. And I certainly am a big proponent of doing that in this case, because the decision to move forward and break ground will be, it'll be too late and irreparable. And so my motion is to simply agendize this for future meeting, and so that we can hear from our public and our residents and business owners and property owners. Just going to add one more thing. The city, we've confirmed, did not do outreach on this to the business owners before the vote was taken by the prior council. So there's a key component that's missing from this discussion, and that is, in fact, resident input and business owner, property owner input. And we've heard from someone last week that said, all the property owners support it. Well, I personally want to hear from all those property owners that support it, because I haven't met one. So with that, I'll stop, and my motion to set this for a hearing.
Mayor, I'm going to second it, and I'd like to speak to it.
Sure, of course.
I think this is a great example of haste makes waste. I was on the council, and I approved this parking garage, but I wanted very much to have a parking study. And all the clamor, all the push, all the noise to just support the parking structure in this location, and without a parking study, without an up-to-date parking study. So January, I believe it was in January, the mayor asked for a month. She was new to the job, in order to review the location. Honestly, I'm not sure there is another location, but I supported her, because it's better to be sure than to spend millions and millions of dollars for something we probably need, we may not need, in a location that may not be the best suited for it. So once again, haste makes waste. So here we are. If I'd gotten my parking study 3 years ago, we would have some certainty. Other things that need to be resolved. We've gotten emails from so many people, and I really do resent misinformation, accusations of misinformation. That seems to be the norm, and that is sad. That is sad. It doesn't matter what the subject is, and I'm definitely being accused of things I certainly didn't do. So what are some of the issues? We have the issue of the location. We have the issue of the farmers market. We have the issue of the need. I'll tell you, our success, the success of the last few councils that have made Old Town the success it is today, we probably do need the parking. But we need to hear from the people. We need to confirm these, we need not to look like we're hiding something. By not having a meeting, by not allowing people to speak, by not giving the mayor that month she wanted, by not giving the parking study, giving time for a parking study, we look like we're hiding something. And we certainly don't want to do that. So listen, I approved this garage twice. I approved it under great pressure. I think it was in November last year. I approved it again when we couldn't get the month or two delay that the mayor wanted, and we had the contract ready to go. But I do think now is the time. I've heard from such a disparate group of people, people who, again, are suspicious that we're hiding something and worried about the place we've all chosen and all love. So I'm going to second that motion. I think there's no harm done in making sure there's transparency in this government.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so let's go ahead and take a vote on this motion to schedule a hearing in the future on the topic of the location of the parking garage. All those in favor indicate your approval. All right, moving right along to the regular agenda. Okay, moving on to the regular agenda. Next, we have 7 regular agenda items, number 22 through 27. City Council will consider each item on the regular agenda. And again, we're going a little bit out of order, and we're going to start with item 25 because I understand there are some residents to address the council before we move on to a pretty heavy city business schedule for the rest of the agenda items. Pardon me. Item 25.
Madam Mayor, I just want to have a point of order, allow you to be able to speak so we can hear you.
Thank you. So item 25 is City Council consideration of 3 items, which are adopt ordinance number 4664 approving a zoning district map amendment from Planned Community Center, environmentally sensitive lands, Hillside District zoning to Planned Community Center, and adopt resolution number 13379 declaring the document titled the Artessa Development Plan to be a public record, as well as resolution 13380 authorizing development agreement number 2025-061 COS with Lifestyle Communities Southwest LLC. And I see we have our staff member, Principal Planner Jeff Barnes here to do the staff presentation. Take it away, Jeff.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Borowski, Vice Mayor Dabauskas, and members of the City Council. I am Jeff Barnes with the city's Planning Department presenting this combined presentation of 2ZN 2024 and 2DA 2024. I won't spend too much time on these because I recognize you just read them for me. I appreciate it. But there are 3 actions for you tonight. The adoption of the zoning ordinance for the district map amendment, the adoption of the resolution declaring the development plan a public record, and the adoption of the resolution authorizing the associated development agreement. For context for you, the site boundary is highlighted in yellow here. It's located at the southwest corner of Dynamite Boulevard and Alma School Parkway. Getting in a little bit closer, you can see this is a mostly existing developed site. There are several existing commercial and office uses within the buildings. On the site, along the street frontages, there is a partially developed future pad site that was anticipated as part of the prior development plan. And then there's a undeveloped area at the back of the site that was contemplated for development with the original development plan and never pursued development. So it is currently vacant, and it's currently the reason that this application is coming before you. So quickly just covering some of the details here. The existing zoning on the site is PCC, ESL. We have the HDHC designation on there because this originally got zoned under the Hillside District Ordinance, which was later replaced with the Environmentally Sensitive Lands Ordinance. And so it carries the exemptions back to that set of development standards. The proposed zoning maintains the PCC, is seeking to add a PSD overlay, which is a planned shared development overlay, and drops off the HDHC exemption and brings the ESL into the current version that we utilize today. The general plan designates this site as commercial. There is no change to the general plan included as part of this application. The PCC underlying zoning district aligns with the commercial designation, and because it is unchanged, there is no reason to change the general plan designation. So the purpose of this request, the applicant is seeking to allocate 47 dwelling units of available density from the overall 22.26 gross acre site to develop a new residential component to that undeveloped portion of the site I highlighted for you on the aerial map. This is intended to be done by implementing the planned shared development, the PSD overlay district, which allows for the sharing of development standards across the 5 parcels that currently make up this site within the boundaries of the overall development plan. As I mentioned on the zoning slide, this application maintains the existing PCC zoning designation and the existing ESL zoning designation and is adding the planned shared development overlay. Some key points to cover here real quickly. The existing PCC zoning on this site was established back in 1983 as part of the True North Master Zoning Actions. The latest development plan that exists on the site was last updated in 1995, and I will have a slide kind of showing that for comparison after this. In that existing development plan, there were no dwelling units proposed, and so the updated development plan seeks to draw from the allowable dwelling units under the PCC zoning to utilize 47 to create the new residential component on this site. This went before the Planning Commission May 14th and received a unanimous recommendation of approval. At the Planning Commission, the applicant team provided some updates based on resident feedback that lowered the proposed building height, building massing, I should say, from 3 stories initially proposed down to 2 stories in response to feedback received, and that had a corresponding reduction in the total number of units from 67, which was being proposed initially, down to 47, which is now the new number. So this is that original 1995 development plan. It's a little fuzzy from the records back then, but you can generally make out, hopefully on here, that there's that existing set of buildings along the street frontages. Over to the right-hand side of the screen is Dynamite Boulevard. To the lower part of the screen is Alma School Parkway, just for reference there. That back corner in the previous development plan was contemplated to have a large anchor tenant building and various inline shops that never came to fruition. So the other buildings got built, that got left behind. So the current proposal seeks to instead update the development plan to create a new residential component in that back portion of the site. That access is still through the existing driveways, still the drive aisles through the site, and connects back out to the streets. A little bit closer view of that here as part of the exhibits in the development plan. That two-story massing structure that I mentioned had been brought down from 3 stories. That's made up by effectively 3 buildings that are sequenced in a staggered line here along the right side of this. There are then smaller casita 1-story units along the left side. The development plan also contemplates open space requirements, both common open space and frontage open space of the underlying district, and then the natural area open space required by the ESL overlay. It accounts for circulation and integration of both pedestrian and vehicular movement through the site and back out to the streets, as I mentioned, through the existing driveway access points. Some renderings were provided as part of that. The upper images are the 2-story massing buildings. The lower image is the single-story casita units to give you a sense of what those can look like. Also elevation drawings provided as part of that development plan for the 2-story structures, the single-story casita, and garage units. A lot of this, I've mentioned, the development plan accounts for how the site is meeting the development standards. I just wanted to come back to the bottom 2 bullet points here, highlighting that the PCC zoning itself allows for dwelling units at a 2 dwelling units per acre density, where practical in the site. That would, in calculation, yield 89 units in the 22.26 acres of this site. The applicant is seeking 47 for their proposal. The planned shared development overlay requires a development agreement which accompanies this case. That regulates and controls the distribution of development standards among the 5 parcels. I just wanted to put this slide on the screen to convey what's going on with that, not so much for content for you, as I'm not sure how visible it is, but to remind you that this is in the development agreement and would be the mechanism for controlling the distribution of development standards. I mentioned this was heard by the Planning Commission and received a recommendation of approval with a vote of 7-0, accounting for the presented modifications that the applicant brought forward at that hearing. And I'll conclude staff's presentation by just coming back to the 3 action items for you on this. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know the applicant team is here as well, and you may want to hear from them.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on the board, and it says here we have applicant presentation by John Barry, but I think that's not correct. And I'm sorry, I don't know. I can't recall your name. Apologies.
Can we have the overhead projector, please? Mayor, while Cheryl's setting up, I am Stephen Anderson. I'm a land use attorney with Gamage and Burnham, and we are here this evening on behalf of Lifestyle Communities. I'll take the next slide, please. For your record, my address is 40 North Central, 20th floor in Phoenix. We are joined this evening from Lifestyle Communities by Tim Nichols, who is the CEO of Lifestyle, and also by Ben Landhauser, who is the Executive Vice President. Wave, hello. Wave, thank you. The rest of our technical consulting team.
Pardon me,
Sure.
Stephen, would you mind speaking up?
No problem. Is that better?
I think
Okay,
so.
great. We are joined by the rest of our technical consulting team in the event you have specific questions for us, and that primarily includes Susan Bittersmith from Technical Solutions. Susan led the community outreach effort on the project and also presented the case to the Planning Commission. I'd like to begin with a brief overview of the case that's before you this evening. The rezoning case that is before you this evening comes before you with about 24 letters of support from area businesses and residents, and with the staff recommendation for approval, as Jeff noted, and with a unanimous Planning Commission recommendation for approval. The scope of the proposed zoning that's before you this evening is very limited. The site has been zoned Planned Community Center with an ESL and hillside designation for more than 40 years now. In 1995, the city approved a development plan for the site to allow a grocery store on the 8-acre rear corner of the site. That's here. That is the approval that does remain on the property today. Can I have the next slide, please? The application that's before you this evening, we keep the existing zoning in place, but add a planned shared development overlay. That overlay will cover the entire 22-acre site. The case would also update the development plan on the rear 8 acres to replace the grocery store with a 47-unit, age-restricted, owner-occupied residential community made up entirely of 1- and 2-story buildings. That's really the heart of the case, so I'm going to repeat it for you. 47 for sale, owner-occupied homes, age-restricted, all 1- and 2 stories. This community, which we call Artessa, would provide an active adult option for residents who want to age in place in the True North community. We think Artessa represents a major upgrade over the current approval, and tonight we hope you will agree with us. Could I have the next slide, please? Now on to the details of the Artessa proposal. I'm going to start with the physical context of the site, just as Jeff did. This is an aerial photo of the site today, Dynamite to the north, Alma School is to the east. Could I have the next slide, please? The existing commercial buildings, which have been there for years now, will shield our project from passersby on Alma School and Dynamite both. As you can see from this slide, to the east, our buildings are nearly 350 feet back from Alma School Road, and they're behind the existing 2-story multi-tenant commercial building that fronts that street, as well as the future commercial pad. To the north, our buildings are nearly 450 feet back from Dynamite Boulevard. We are behind the Walgreens, the bank, and the Circle K. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. The topography of the site is the next thing worth mentioning. I already told you that the property had a hillside designation, as Jeff noted as well. As you can see from this exhibit, there is a significant 11-foot-high hill on the west side of the property within our NAOS that basically shields our project from all of the homes in Pinnacle Canyon to our west. It turns out that the most attractive part of the site for Artessa is to build here in the low part of the site while leaving the high part of the site unscathed, a point that's worth emphasizing again, given that our heights are limited to 1 and 2 stories. Could I have the next slide, please? That's the physical context of the site. I'd like to next describe the Artessa site plan and architecture. The site plan consists of 2 sets of buildings arrayed in a north-south alignment along both sides of the wash. So the wash becomes a central amenity area and outdoor gathering space for the residents, including the pool and the dog area and all sorts of other central gathering spaces for residents to enjoy. On the west side of the community, we have a series of 1-story casita buildings. There are 6 casita buildings total with 14 total units. Each of these 1-story casita buildings are 11 feet tall to the flat of the roof and 14 feet to the corners of the highest slopes. On the east side of the wash here, we have what we refer to as the Villa building. This building has 33 total homes within a single 2-story building and also includes the common indoor areas for the Artessa project. The Villa building is 24 feet tall to the flat of the roof and 29 feet to the highest architectural elements of the parapet. By the way, each of the homes within the Villa building are themselves 1 story, so there are no interior staircases for this age-restricted community. By contrast, as the staff report has noted, the approved grocery store has PCC zoning, which allows 36 feet in height to the parapet, so 7 feet above our proposal, plus additional height for screen mechanical equipment. That 7-foot reduction that we are making here is a 20% reduction in height from the current approval. And that's where I need to pause to emphasize for you the major change made by Lifestyle in response to community input. Based on feedback from the April 2025 neighborhood meeting and concerns expressed around the same time by our neighboring community to the south, the Serene subdivision, Lifestyle decided in May to remove that proposed 3rd story from the Villa building. This height reduction, as Jeff noted, also had the impact of reducing or eliminating 20 homes from the project, reducing our unit count from 67 homes to 47 homes. I hope you will all agree that that is a significant change made by the applicant in response to community input. One more fact for you regarding the 47 homes here. Short-term rentals will not be allowed at Artessa. Can I have the next slide, please? Now on to the architecture. Here are a series of renderings as well as our material palette. So next, please. To give you a sense of the architectural approach that Lifestyle is taking at Artessa, our general goal here is to use a design approach that is harmonious with the general style of the surrounding community. Can I have the next slide, please? But I also need to note a specific factor related to height. Our roofs are sloped. When compared to the approved grocery store, that means that they look better, they fit the topography better, and their height drops away as the slopes also drop across the site. Can I have the next slide, please? Of course, our NAOS is itself a major amenity for Artessa. In total, the NAOS will preserve 2.95 acres of the Artessa site, which is a little over 1/3 of our site. Aesthetically, we'll be providing a public trail through the middle of the NAOS, and we do not plan to fence either the NAOS or the project itself. Could I have the next slide, please? As a result, our building setback to our neighbors to the west is 350 feet behind the hill. So again, they're not going to see us. We're very far removed. The next aspect of Artessa I want to address is traffic. It almost goes without saying, almost, that Artessa is a big improvement over the grocery store when it comes to traffic. These numbers are shocking. The store was projected to generate almost 7,800 trips per day. Our age-restricted community is projected to generate 231 trips per day. It's a 97% reduction. Can I have the next slide, please? Our setbacks from the Serene community are actually where I'd like to conclude the design discussion, because we believe Serene is the neighbor that benefits the most by the replacement of the grocery store. Serene is a 21-lot subdivision that was platted in 2008 at the dawn of the Great Recession, and it has 4 lots on its north perimeter adjacent to us. 2 lots are adjacent to our 1-story casitas, 1 Serene lot sides onto our villa building, and the 4th Serene lot is adjacent to their driveway and Alma School Road. Keep in mind that for the 3 adjacent lots, they are set back from their property line by a 23-foot common area setback that includes their trail that will connect to our hillside trail. Serene has no perimeter fence either, just like our project. Can I have the next slide, please? Our building setback to the Serene lot lines is generally well over 100 feet. We feel that this is a very generous setback, and as you might have noticed, it's more than 4 times the setback that Serene is providing for us. Next slide, please. More importantly, of course, is that our building setbacks and height are much better than the approved grocery store. If you all approve Artessa this evening, then the residents of Serene will no longer have the risk of looking at the service side of a grocery store or listening to the sounds of delivery trucks coming day and night. In addition, that grocery store was planned to be within 100 feet of Serene lot lines, and at its closest point here was going to be less than 70 feet away. So instead, Serene residents will live next door to well-designed, owner-occupied, age-restricted homes, which we think is a big improvement for them. Could I have the next slide, please? Lifestyle has taken its time with the Artessa project, making sure to try to get things right. They've made extensive revisions over the 2 years of community input and thereby earned neighborhood support. In advance of this evening's hearing, Technical Solutions canvassed the community once again. The result are the 24 letters of support that you have from both local businesses and residents that are mapped here on this chart to give you a sense of where they are coming from. I would note that we were unable to obviously get feedback from the 2 gated communities that we are adjacent to. Next slide, please. In conclusion, this evening you have an applicant who has made major changes to its plan throughout the process that has secured meaningful community support as a result, that has a staff recommendation for approval, and has a unanimous Planning Commission recommendation for approval, all of which is designed for a proposal that seeks to replace a monolithic grocery store with a well-designed 1- and 2-story owner-occupied, age-restricted home community. We hope you all will agree with all of the recommendations that you have received this evening and see fit to approve our request for a planned shared development overlay. We would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I see a couple of questions or comments here from the council members, and then we'll take the public comment because there is someone, Catherine Long, that wants to say a few words about this. Councilman Graham.
Mayor, my button was inadvertently pressed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Wow. So having been at the open house or the community meeting, it was kind of one of those where you might not be from around here kind of meetings. So there was a lot of things that didn't quite fit with our community, and we're not a shy community. So it was rowdy. It was a rowdy meeting. But it's such an important area we don't just have this vacant land behind a shopping center, and it'll just improve the neighborhood. It's going to improve the shopping center's vitality too. And this project, I just can't believe what a difference you've made. you know, there's a lot of obvious things, and I'm not going to say it. This is a beautiful project. I've called on residents in the area for all the right reasons. You have support. The traffic numbers are kind of almost funny, but, you know, it's little things like no fencing, because actually that's good for people and wildlife. And just the one story and just the added NOS, the trail, that's what makes Scottsdale Scottsdale, is the details that our development community puts into our different neighborhoods. So I'd be glad. Did you say we have a public speaker? We do have a public speaker. Okay, let's have the public speaker, but then I'm going to motion to approve this, and I just thank you for listening to us, however rowdy we may be, and coming back with such a perfect project.
Councilman Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My message is just to the city, the manager, and everybody. This is a no-brainer project and fits well within the schematics of everything that this council's going for, I believe, especially in that region. I would have liked to see this and projects like this on the consent calendar. No offense to the outstanding presentation, but I mean the goal of government is to move great projects through the right way and to be a goalie on projects that aren't. This is a no-brainer, and I wish we could have seen it on the consent calendar and had this already done for you.
Thank you. I totally agree with Councilman Quasman, but you never know what's going to happen, I guess. But that's an excellent point. And I said the wrong name. It is Michael Joyner that is speaking on this project.
Thank you.
Whoops. You'll be happy to know that I'm not going to be calling out anyone on the dais. My name is Michael Joyner, and my address is on record, and Mayor Borowski and Vice Mayor DeBoscus and City Council, it's a pleasure to speak with you. My husband and I live approximately 300 yards from this application, and I'm here to enthusiastically encourage you to vote yes on this zoning. Like Councilman Whitehead and Councilman Littlefield, I was at that meeting 2.5 years ago, and seldom have I seen an applicant react as quickly as this applicant did to the very negative comments they got at that meeting. They started by hiring a local representation for their legal counsel. They hired a local architect that came in and made these beautiful changes. And first they eliminated the co-op and turned them into condos. And then they eliminated the third story and significantly reduced the number of units. The main issue 2 years ago was traffic. Ingress and egress, because the original plan had all the traffic going through the Walgreens shopping center out onto Dynamite, which would have been a nightmare. They have redone the traffic pattern. It's going to come out through Graythorne and dump onto Alma School, which has significantly less traffic. And the one thing I found about your packet is the traffic pattern, or the traffic numbers, are not allowed to reflect that these will be senior citizens, and senior citizens consistently drive and have less cars than, say, a family that has teenagers or are raising a family and going back and forth to soccer games. So the actual number of trips will be significantly less, and I believe the attorney referenced that. Secondly, the design of the NAOS further buffers this project from neighbors to the west, and it creates a beautiful, beautiful area. This new design of this project is totally respectful of our amazing North Scottsdale desert that we all love so much. And the developer is also commented that they are going to be installing lighting that is sensitive to our dark skies that we in the north value so much. While that condition is not part of this application, I hope that it will be made a requirement through the DRB process. The current zoning would allow a grocery store. And I don't know how many of you have driven back behind a grocery store. It's really ugly. And that neighborhood of multi-million-dollar homes immediately to the south of this, Serene, would be looking at that back if the original grocery store was built. Several grocery stores have looked at this project, and they all said that it simply was not feasible. Please approve this request. Everyone on the dais, myself, have gone on record stating that we want the absolute highest quality development for Scottsdale. This application and this applicant have exhibited that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Whitehead.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. There was one other item I wanted to point out. We've been really striving for this missing middle, that they call it. These for sale products that aren't just big apartment complexes, and that what you're providing is definitely high-end missing middle. So great. With that, I am making a motion to adopt ordinance number 4664, approving a zoning district map amendment from Planned Community Center Environmentally Sensitive Lands, Hillside District, zoning to Planned Community Center. I lost my site, Environmentally Sensitive Lands, Planned Shared Development Overlay, zoning on a 22.26 gross acre site, including approval for an updated development plan for a development of 47 residential units on a previously undeveloped 59-acre portion of the 22.26 gross acre site, and adopt resolution number 13379 declaring the document titled the Artessa Development Plan to be a public record, and adopt resolution number 13380 authorizing development agreement number 2025-061-COS with Lifestyle Communities Southwest LLC.
A second?
Would you like to speak to that, Councilwoman Littlefield? I know you had your
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor.
indication.
I just have a short comment to make on this. I really like and am appreciative of the responsiveness to the desires of the neighbors and the citizens in this area by the developer. It really puts a much better light and feel to looking at something like this, making it fit into the neighborhood, making it a part of the neighborhood before it's even built. And I think that's very, very important. And I also like the fact that you listened not only to the values of the citizens, but also to the staff and their recommendations as well. And so I want to give you a big thank you for that. And that's why I seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other indications from council. With that, I'll take a vote. All those in favor indicate your approval. All right. Excellent. Moving on, regular agenda item number 22 is the Scottsdale Arts amended and restated management services agreement and financial participation agreement. And we have Rachel Smentana presenting for staff.
Good evening, Mayor Borowski, Vice Mayor, members of council. It's nice to be with you, although I was hoping I would be home with a glass of rosé and a cold slice of pizza by now. It's been quite the Tuesday already. I am here this evening to ask for your approval of a 6-month extension of the Scottsdale Arts Management Services Agreement and the associated financial participation agreement. So a brief history. About 60 years ago, 67 years ago, about 60 years ago, 100 residents, along with city officials and staff, set some lofty goals for Scottsdale through an effort called the Scottsdale Town Enrichment Program. Different task forces were formed, and the outcome of this was the Scottsdale Municipal Airport, Scottsdale Community College, Scottsdale getting its own water department, and they also recommended that the Civic Center area become a municipal arts and culture and park space here. So this photograph right here is from 1974. And you can see the Center for the Performing Arts under construction, and it was opened in October 1975. So they are celebrating 50 years this year, which is very exciting. The city operated the Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts until 1987. And at that time, City Council, Mayor Herb Drinkwater, and the council decided to work with a nonprofit organization. At that time, it was called Scottsdale Cultural Council, and Scottsdale Arts Council, and later the Scottsdale Cultural Council was established expressly to provide management services for the city. At that same time, Mayor Drinkwater and council decided to also recommend and approve that the Scottsdale Arts Council take over operations of the city's public art program, which had started in the early 70s. So by 1987, we had turned over most of our arts programming to what is now, in 2016, became Scottsdale Arts. Of course, since that time, let's see, now we fast forward 38 years later, and we are at the end of the most recent 5-year management services agreement. So since that time, Scottsdale Arts has added other programming to what they offer to the community. It's not just the Center for the Performing Arts and public art any longer. Now they offer a wide variety of education programs, from early childhood to seniors with dementia and everyone in between. They have performance art, writing workshops, visual art. We also, in 1999, there was an adaptive reuse of an old movie theater, which is now the wonderful Scottsdale Museum of Contemporary Art, and there's a new exhibit opening this Friday, which I can't wait to see. They also do Canal Convergence, which is a 10-day festival on the canal, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And they also manage and program events at the newly renovated and remodeled Civic Center. So we are bringing a 5-month extension because in the 5.5 months we have had new city management and I have had new leadership. We haven't really had enough time to look at this contract carefully. Last fall there were some audit findings as related to this contract and how the city administers it, and some recommendations that said that the contract probably needed some clarification, that there are some things we could be doing better. And so we're asking for a 6-month extension on this program of work so that we can move forward with those negotiations and make the contract and these programs stronger. So the management services agreement is part of it. The other half of our request tonight is for the financial participation agreement, which you can see here. This is, the budget number is here, is for a 6-month period. This is half of the budget allocation you adopted on June 10th, with the exception of Canal Convergence. Canal Convergence takes place entirely within the 6-month period that we're requesting the extension for, so it's 100% of the Canal Convergence funding. This funding, as well as the full-year funding that you approved as part of your adopted budget, equates to about 32% of Scottsdale Arts' total unrestricted operating funding. And that's roughly the same as last year, 32% as well. So again, we did request originally, way back when the end of 2024, a full year of funding. These are those numbers. And we also put an out-of-budget request in for some contingency funding. It was 2.5% cost of living, which the Scottsdale Arts contract had not received in a few years, as well as $100,000 for a public art strategic plan. And I'll explain more about that in the next slide. The financial participation agreement we're bringing for you tonight, however, does not include the contingency fund or even half of it. So it is just half plus the full funding for Canal Convergence of the council adopted budget. So the public art strategic plan. So we had put forward a request for $100,000 for a public art strategic plan, but you rightly pointed out that there wasn't a lot of information or context around that request. So even though we're not requesting it this evening, it is something we have to do, and so I wanted to take a few moments to explain it tonight. Scottsdale Public Art is a city program that is run by, Scottsdale Public Art is a city program run for us through this contract by Public Art. As you know, the city sets aside 1% of the approved budget for each publicly visible capital project for new permanent public art. Scottsdale Public Art works with the city's capital project management team to commission these pieces that fit into the context of our public projects. The newest public art piece, which I'm very excited about, that we just accessioned into our permanent collection, is called Parallel Companion at the McCormick-Stillman Railroad Park. And if you haven't seen it yet, it's just delightful. And when I was looking at this being installed, Councilwoman Littlefield, I saw some of the tiles you made. So if you haven't seen it yet, you're going to see some of the tiles you made for that installation, which I thought was pretty neat. Additionally, some private development projects are required to make a 1% contribution for public art. So the request you moved to contingency is for the city's public art plan. I hope that's clear. Obviously, a professionally facilitated public art planning process would involve community engagement, research, benchmarking. So we have a forward-looking, fiscally responsible roadmap and remain a leader in the public art sphere, which is great. And I went through that really fast. It must have been the latte I had about 4:30. I'm happy to answer any questions. Here is our request to adopt both the 6-month extension of the management services agreement and the financial participation agreement. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, and Dr. Gerd Wusterman is also here, should you have any questions for him.
Councilwoman McKellen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I don't know necessarily if my question is for Rachel or if it's for the city manager. In the past, the contract has always been 12 months. I know that we've already approved the full amount in our budget. Does this mean they're coming back in 6 months asking for the second half of it? And my question is, why would we do it twice unless it's because of the audit and we just want to make sure that things are rolling perfectly along? I guess that's 3 questions, sorry.
I'm happy to start off, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman McAllen. So first of all, as referenced in the presentation, the 5-year agreement or the agreement expires here in a few days at our end of our fiscal year. And as referenced, we were unable to secure significant negotiations for an extended period, or I'll call it a renewal period of the contract, and therefore we're looking for a 6-month extension to dive into what I would refer to as in-depth discussions and negotiations to really understand if there are opportunities to partner with different organizations, for the city to play a different role, to really, I would say, we have a bundled package, and to a la carte that and try to bring that back to City Council for explanation of all the variety of functions and services and put a specific dollar amount to each one. And therefore, when we unbundle the package and bring it back a la carte, I think that presents opportunities for further partnerships, for enhancements of those areas where we see could use some additional resources or some reallocation of resources. Furthermore, should some of those changes take place upon City Council approval, we would envision some type of extension to finish out the fiscal year and then have an extended period relationship beyond that. So what this does is forces us to come together in a fairly short order and not push this to a 10-month of a 12-month cycle, but to come back with City Council and check in after our discussions and negotiations to ensure we're on the track of the policymakers. Thank you.
Okay, I have another question on that. As a former events planner, I plan years in advance, and you have to make contracts with dance companies, plays, et cetera. Will the annual calendar of the Center for the Arts be affected by this? Because I imagine they already have to have commitments, and they're putting forward money, and we've already budgeted money. I mean, these are just questions I have as an event planner. I need answered.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, so there is a clause in here that says that any contracts that they enter into now would be our responsibility if they don't follow through with those. But I don't know if you want to hear from Gerd more specifically about business operations. I didn't highlight that particular clause, but I have reviewed it recently and understand that we are on the hook if they, during this fiscal year, they enter into contracts with performers, and then for whatever reason, again, you have already approved the entire year funding, so we're hopeful that nothing like that would happen. But if it does, then it would be the city's responsibility to make Scottsdale Arts whole in that case.
Okay. Being a season ticket holder at other venues as well as, events that go on an annual calendar, it's a concern for board of directors, it's a concern for me if I'm buying theater tickets. I want to make sure that the play that I bought an entire season for is going to happen. So I know these are silly, they may appear to be silly questions, but I really believe that, I guess if they're coming back in 6 months to get the second half of the funding, then I'd be all right with this. Otherwise, I'm not sure that I'm okay with it.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that Councilmember McAllen had some good questions. Rachel, thank you for your presentation. So you already told us this. I'm going to ask you to repeat yourself a little bit, and I apologize for that. This isn't the most straightforward request. We already approved this for fiscal 26. Are you asking for beyond 26, or is this within 26?
This is the first 6 months of fiscal year 25-26.
Okay, so
it
goes till the end of this calendar year.
Yes.
And is this a normal request? Do we do 6-month allocations like this? When's the last time we did that, or 6-monther?
Mayor, members of the council, I cannot say for certain the 6-month. It's not something that I've been aware of in my contract administration before. But again, I think what the city manager intends to do is to fast track negotiations so that we can bring things back. He can get a better understanding of this contract and the different programs, and bring it back to you at some point in a format that makes sense.
And then just for the public's edification, do we have a multi-year contract, overarching contract with Scottsdale Arts, or is it renewed annually?
Thank you for that question, and I apologize for not being clear. I came to you a little nervous this evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So what we do generally is negotiate a master services agreement, which is 5 years, and then has 2 terms typically that we could renew for 5 more years. In the past, in some instances for the same agreement, it's been 10 years or longer, but that period seemed too long. So in the master services agreement, it is required that every year we come before council with a financial participation agreement for the following fiscal year. So typically what we've done is waited until council has adopted the budget, and then at the very next meeting, we bring forward a financial participation agreement that matches the budget you just paid.
Okay, and then when are those multi-years done on a fiscal year or calendar year basis?
It's interesting that you say that, because the last time the negotiations went a little long, I understand, and so the period began in January with an end date that matched the fiscal year. So we're kind of 4.5 years into what is a 5-year contract. But normally what it would be is a full 5 fiscal year contract.
And so does the next 5 years start January 26?
Mayor, members of council, that is a great question. We haven't started those negotiations yet, or what that would
Okay,
look like.
okay.
But it would
would
be
the
nice
next
if it
contract, however
synced
long
up.
it is, start in January 26?
Potentially, or potentially it could be a 6-month.
Well, regardless of
extension.
how long it is, the next, because
Yeah.
we're talking about the master service agreement, not the annual financial participation.
Yes,
So the next master service agreement starts in January. Is that correct?
it would, yes,
Theoretically.
theoretically.
I'm just looking at the changes in what we're looking at. Remove required development of citywide arts and cultural calendar, as that has become part of a larger city-led global calendar of events initiative. Can I just get you on record, that's the case?
Mayor, members of council, that is the case. Our communications department has a big dream, and what they would like to do is, what they are doing and what is becoming close to actionable is build a system so that our nonprofit partners and others in the community, including Experience Scottsdale, would have some sort of widget so they could plug their computers. So the city calendar would also, they could plug their events in. So the city calendar would be kind of a more global, community-wide calendar of all sorts of events.
Okay, but I guess you, or would it be you or somebody you report to, assistant city manager, who gets the final say about what that calendar looks like?
Mayor, members of council, if you look on the city's website right now, you'll see a version of that, those
Yeah.
events that are on there. That is the genesis, the prototype, I guess. And so it's right now it lives with our city's communications department.
Okay, so which position title would approve that?
The director of communications, I believe, but I may
Okay.
be speaking out of turn.
Okay, and then remove requirement to propose new facility rental fees for this contract period, but will be evaluated with the requirement included in the long-term contract. Because you don't expect any for the remainder of the contract.
That is true, Mayor, members of council. And also, right now, it's unclear. It's one of those unclear parts of the contract. It's unclear if it goes through the city's rates and fees process, which no other outside organization goes through. They're all city's rates and fees that you...
Okay, so the city would decide those fees is what you're saying?
Right. We just need to also have some clarity on the process of how that works.
And then what, I know we contribute about 32% of their total gross revenue. Can you just, how much do we contribute, like, how much are we budgeted to contribute in fiscal 26? Sonia's city treasurer, Andrews, is putting on her glasses.
Yeah, I think if, Madam Mayor and Councilman Graham, I think if we go back a couple slides, then that would help us. I think it's approximately 6 million, as the treasurer can confirm.
Do you, just for the public's sake, do you have that on a historical basis, or is that increasing? Is that, what benchmark is that based on? Is that a percentage of, how do we decide that amount? Maybe Ms. Andrews isn't the right person to ask.
I'm happy to.
Maybe Ms. Smetana.
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, so this is negotiated. It has been pretty flat. In fact, it's been a $100,000 reduction between 23 and 24. So it's something that is negotiated between Scottsdale Arts and the city, and then it's brought forward to council for your review.
And then does this amendment here, does that include the, I know that you mentioned it, the plan, the plan, I forgot the term for that, the strategic plan.
The strategic plan for public art, yes.
Okay, and then, so we would fund that, correct?
We would. That is a city program. Obviously, public art doesn't really have an opportunity to generate revenue. This is something, public art is something the city has supported since the early 70s. Having a strategic plan as we approach build out and taking into account all sorts of new factors of what our community thinks today as opposed to 2012, the last time the plan was produced.
I'm just not, city manager wants to say something. I'm not 100% comfortable with that. And my question for city manager is, do we fund those strategic plans for our other partners, our other nonprofits that we contract with?
Madam Mayor and Councilman Graham, how I would answer maybe the former part of the question is kind of more of a mechanics of the budget process, which was briefly alluded to. This was a component move to the contingency.
Correct.
Upon the final deliberations of the budget.
Yep.
And I don't believe it's within our recommendation this evening to move it out of that contingency. That would take separate action. This evening's discussion and suggested action is specifically related to the contractual amount, which we're not suggesting that be moved from the contingency.
Mr. Caton, do we fund strategic plans for our other nonprofit partners, to your knowledge?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Graham, I know that each outside jurisdiction and partnership has various arrangements, and this one is a component, but I believe that this, we're actually in overtime now, if you will, of the agreement, and so I think we have some latitude to this specific.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Smetana. I've taken enough time, and we got a lot more stuff to go through tonight, so I'm going to wrap up my questions. I'm not totally comfortable or on board yet with that mechanism, but I'm going to approve the 6-month contract extension, and then that'll be the end of it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor DeBoscus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a similar question to where we ended up. I just wanted to ask if the 3.4 million for resolution 13429, if that included the 2.5% contingency fee.
It does not. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. No, this is flat over fiscal year 24-25, half of that except for canal convergence.
Okay, so you're not recommending that we add in the 2.5%?
It's not part of tonight's request.
Okay. All right, I will make a motion to adopt resolution 13428 and 13429.
Second.
I have a couple of questions before we take a vote on that, unless there's anything there further. So that your last conversation there with Councilman Graham made things a little murkier for me. Did you say this is a 5-year contract with Scottsdale Arts, between the city and Scottsdale Arts, and where are we exactly today?
We are at the end of 5 years, so it ends June 30th, 2025.
So ordinarily, we would have done a renewal for 5 years, is that right?
Potentially, we could have dane a renewal for 5 years. Yes, this is a short-term extension to renegotiate and reconfigure the contract.
So why did, and maybe this is a city manager question, who made the decision to enter into these changes and 6-month extension versus coming to the council with a renewal and a presentation about the renewal? Because I don't recall us discussing that as a council or giving direction about that.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to take that. Madam Mayor, members of council, so as referenced earlier on in the presentation, there was an audit completed, and that initiated some negotiations and discussions that were initiated partially with some previous staff members and partially with existing staff members. And given the transition of leadership, including myself, quite frankly, the negotiations were not completed in time for next week. And so we began discussions some months ago, quite frankly, alerting the vendor, if you will, to the idea of an extension so that we could have the time and not be rushed to have the extension, and it could be varying lengths that fit the need, and also varying resources and relationships because things have changed, and wanted to give it its appropriate time. And so therefore we thought the extension would allow both sides, both parties, the time required and needed to have those types of discussions.
So ordinarily, I mean, I think it's the case that you would bring that back to us to decide which direction to go. I don't know exactly what's happened here, but it feels like this should either be on for renewal or not. So it seems like a lot of information behind the scenes, and a decision has been made to dish up a 6-month extension with contingencies. I mean, I'm going to get to the next question, which is, and you touched on this, but I still don't know the exact answer, is the strategic plan pursuant to the contract a requirement that is funded by the city?
The strategic plan is in the contract. It is 2 years expired right now, so because this is a short renewal period, it's not contemplated to complete that or to have that expenditure during this 6-month period.
So do you mean that that should take place in the future over the next 5 years?
That is the hope.
Well, no, pursuant to the contract.
Pursuant to the contract, yes, it is in the current contract that, and it's also part of the zoning ordinance that art in public or private development also have and actually the director of public art is here who may be able to speak to that. She's had a little more experience with it if you like, and also Dr. Gerd Wusterman is here too if you want to hear.
I'd like to hear from Gerd because I don't know exactly what the answer is here. I thought I understood that strategic plan was part of the contract and also an obligation of the city to fund, but now I'm unclear as to when. If we're in the last 6 months of the contract, when was that supposed to have happened pursuant to this contract? Thank you. Gerd.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thanks for hearing us tonight, and thank you, Rachel, for the hard work in presenting this. I want to be very specific and clarify first this contingency piece and the strategic plan. It is not a strategic plan for Scottsdale Arts. Scottsdale Arts, like any self-respecting nonprofit, makes a strategic plan. We make one every 3 years under a 12-year umbrella. We pay for it, we do it ourselves. It has nothing to do with this. In our contract with the city, we're required to, every 10 years, every decade, produce a new vision plan for the future of public art in the city. That's what this is. It is $100,000 for a vision plan. We call it a vision plan. It used to be called a master plan. Nowadays, we call it a public art vision plan. It is a 10-year document that is a roadmap to guide us of how to develop public art within the city for the next decade. It is always presented, it is paid for by the city as per our contract and executed by our staff, by our public art team. That particular piece is always a one-off, out-of-budget request because it only happens once a decade. So it wouldn't make any sense to have it as part of a standing agreement, obviously, right? The $100,000 that are requested are 100% pass-through. They would enable us, our team, to interface with outside consultants to do the overarching research, the public engagement, and then the public commentary feedback to create a plan that we as a city can be proud of. I just wanted to clarify that we would never come to you and ask to pay for our strategic plan. This is the city's public art 10-year plan. That has moved in contingency a few months ago because it wasn't clear then, and it appears it still wasn't clear tonight. The second part of the contingency was a modest 2.5% increase, and as I think staff pointed out, Scottsdale Arts has not asked for or received a modest increase for cost of doing business in the last 4 years.
Okay, thank you for that. Pursuant to your contract, so you're not in the first, how many renewals have you had? Where are you in the cycle of your 5 years? How many are you in?
This will only be my second renewal of a contract. I arrived here 7.5 years ago. The then city manager said, "You're new, some of our team is new, let's take some time to make a new contract." At the time, we had a contract in place that I think was like the house that was renovated one too many times, right? You couldn't find your way through anymore. And so we said, let's do a clean sheet contract. Let's go back to the table and take our time to make a solid new agreement. I think back in the day, then city manager took a 1-year extension during my first year here, and then another 1-year extension on the contract for the second time, before we passed this new contract. The MSA, the agreement, as it states in the agreement, allows for up to 5 1-year extensions. I think I'm correct in saying that. So it took 2 1-year extensions at the time to create this fully researched and vetted new document from our end, or from the city's end. That contract went into effect when council turned over in January of 2021, and we were only allocated 4.5 years to get back in cycle with a fiscal year, because we always have overlap with the fiscal year for obvious reasons, because the financial participation agreement is the annual renewal on the same cycle for the 5-year contract. So we anticipated that on July 1st this year, a new 5-year contract would begin, and we're now fully back on cycle with our fiscal year and the city's fiscal year. Again, lots of changes. We have many new council members on the dais. We have new city staff, a lot of reorganization. I am completely respectful of the desire to take time to really get under the hood and look at this contract and look at where we can improve. Some of you referenced the city audit, which has identified some weaknesses in the contract. There are some ambiguities and some things that we can certainly improve, and we want to take this to heart as much as anyone. And I think city staff is in full agreement with this. What we've recommended and what normally would have happened in the past would be a full 1-year extension of this contract, because that would allow you to allocate our full financial participation agreement today, which would enable us to, in good faith, enter contracts with artists through the end of our fiscal year, engage with the public art pieces we're supposed to install throughout the fiscal year, and it would be responsible to our board. Imagine your treasurer reports to you and suggests, you need to approve our budget for the fiscal year, but there are 15% of the budget that aren't quite, they're there, but they're not really allocated. I think it's a precarious situation. I know my board has given us some grief for asking them to approve our financial year budget for 25-26, because it has to be submitted to the city as part of our budget request to you. So we had to approve a budget not knowing that the city is fully committed for the year. I would also suggest that the last go-around, there was a city manager in place that had been here for a while, and not as many changes in city in general. I was the new element, and it still took us quite some time to fully understand the complexity, because as you saw from Rachel's presentation, we are a very complicated, large organization. We're the largest arts organization in the state of Arizona. And as such, I think doing the diligence of really trying to improve the plan and taking the time to really learn what we do well and where we need to improve, I think seems prudent to me.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hear from Councilman Quasman and then Councilwoman McAllen.
This is just, Madam Mayor, I just have to say, just for the folks at home, this is like nails on a chalkboard for anybody who has a sense of fiscal responsibility. This is like a Soviet commissariat cannot get together to have the vision plan for the year-long contract, so we need another year so we can install certain art so they can see another vision plan. It is crazy. Mr. City Manager, if we give you 6 months, can you get it done as quickly as humanly possible and get a darned contract through so we could have some stability? And it is amazing how private art exists in this world without these types of ridiculous negotiations. There was a question in that.
Okay, I just, Madam Mayor, Councilman Quasman, yes, I think I was going to emphasize with the discussion about 6 months that it's up to 6 months, and in our conversations that would give us enough time. And should it not be enough time, we can certainly come back for another 6 months that would, or a year, that would round out the 12-month on the fiscal year. But we anticipate that it could be handled in short order, depending upon how much we get under the hood, as was referenced. But I think it's not an insignificant dollar amount. And I think both parties want to make sure that as we enter into, I'll just use 5 years for sake of discussion that was before, that it's done comprehensively.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Mr. City Manager. But the fact of the matter is, and Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, the fact of the matter is, it's not as if we didn't have years to do this. This didn't just, I agree, for you, it is new. For you, it is new. I do not put the blame, I do not shoulder the blame on a city manager who came in 10 minutes ago and had to deal with a major contract. Totally understand that. But the former city manager had plenty of time to get this done. The people deserve to have stability in their contracts. They deserve to have stability in their public-private partnerships. And this is just, it becomes an embarrassment of the city when we can't get this done, and we need to, and when somebody is telling me that I need to see art installed to see the vision. It's just, it's absurd. And so let's just get this done. I'm for a 6-month increase, and hopefully we can get a contract worked out a lot quicker than that.
Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Gerd. Thank you, City Manager Caton. After hearing what she said, the extensions, understanding the full picture that it had been kicked down the road to you, literally, I understand the 6-month time to make appropriate plans with the Executive Director of Scottsdale Arts, Mr. Weissman, and make sure they understand what our commitment is, what their commitment is, and taking the time to make sure it's appropriate, because that would be a 5-year contract. That's why it was hard for me to go from 5 years to 6 months. I wasn't getting the picture. So thank you all for making sure that we all understood it, and thank you for your commitment to making sure that everything is in the best interest of the city and the arts program, Scottsdale Arts. So thank you.
So I know there's a motion on the table, but getting back to the conversation, you know, it seems like after all this information that we have, this should be presented to us for a year-long extension and, you know, with a staff recommendation. I feel like this hasn't been packaged very well, at least from my perspective, and I do think it's appropriate that there's a year extension to work out the bugs. I mean, 6 months, you know, that's 2 months we're off for the summer. Not that you can't continue to do this work, but that's going to fly by. And if it alters their ability to make their budget to properly, you know, fund and cover their upcoming necessities, I think that's a really big problem. I'm going to make an alternate motion to have these same terms apply for a year, not 6 months. And I'll take a second if anyone's interested.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second you, but just can I speak to a second?
Of course.
I don't think it's the right, I'm going to second it just out of respect for your idea. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong, but here's what I would advise. 6 months puts pressure on the contract to get it done. A year is going to put us right back in the situation, and it tells other organizations that are not unlike Scottsdale Arts to do exactly the same thing. And don't worry, they're just going to get another year. And I see where I absolutely see your point. Again, I don't think you're incorrect, but I think a 6-month strategy puts pressure on contracts being made, and if they can get it done, bully for them. I actually think if we put 6 months and then we ourselves asked to bring it back up in 3 and see where they are, and then they're not, and if they're not anywhere close to getting this done, let's extend it another. I'll be for extending it for a longer time, because then the rubber's just not going to meet the road.
So did you second it?
And yes, I second it. And with that, I second it.
All right. And Gerd, you indicated you want to respond to that.
You know, I sometimes feel like I'm German-born American acting like Switzerland. Because I really appreciate most everything that was said on the dais in the last 5 minutes. Let me be clear. I would have loved to have a contract ready to present to you today for the next fiscal year. But this is not where we were because of all the changes and because of all the newness, and I think because we wanted to be diligent and do it right. We're prepared to make a new contract as quickly as possible. I know City Manager and I have talked multiple times at his desire. We'll say this many months, we do it in half the time, and everybody lives happy ever after, because that's the dedication we bring to the job. The reason why we're making respectfully the suggestion to approve the MSA extension for the year, it would enable us to actually tonight approve the FPA, the financial participation for the full year, which gives my board which is fiscally responsible for the organization, which gives my board the ability to go home tonight and sleep well, because they have the assurance that we're in this together and that they pass the budget where the bottom doesn't drop out. If we make a new agreement and the financial numbers change in 3 months or 6 months, the city has in the contract the right to peel money back or withhold if that's their desire. If other things happen in this contract negotiation, it leaves the options on the table. But what I'd like to respectfully submit is the financially responsible thing for our fiscal year administration would be to say, this is a year-long extension, we're committed to doing it as quickly as we can. We're all in this together. We, I think, have proven to be a great partner to the city for, the better part of 60 years. We want to stay in exactly that place and continue to grow. And again, I want to respectfully submit that.
Well, I'd like to hear from Councilwoman Whitehead, because she's had her button pushed here, but I do want to take a vote. I think a year just makes sense. I don't know how an organization that's on this fiscal year cycle, same as the city, how you plan ahead without there being huge risk. And I get Councilman Quasman's point about pressure, but obviously you're under the gun right now, so I'm assuming you're going to do your best with the city to come up with a deal that works.
I'll commit 100%. We keep the pressure on.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, if Councilwoman Whitehead has not had the chance to speak, but I'm just going to say, if we do the year, I am going to agendize this coming back up within 3 months and then 6 months. I'm going to keep bringing it up if we do the year, just to force this to turn it into the same thing as 6 months anyway, to put as much pressure as humanly possible, even though you don't have pressure, but I'm going to pressure you.
Well, that's fine. I think 6 months to burn it back up is fine. If that's a friendly amendment, I would take it. And Councilwoman
That's what I was
Whitehead.
just going to say, is I'll make a friendly amendment to give us an update, just a quick update without you needing to be present in 3 months and then 6 months. It seems to me that there's no cost savings to the city to do a 6 months, because we're still liable for all the costs that you will incur because you've gone under contract with the different events. So there's no cost savings, and yet it's sort of bad business practice to have our partner try to plan a year out and yet only have a commitment for 6 months. And it's not like this kind of a new relationship. And having worked on that 2021 contract, renegotiating that contract, we did a lot of big improvements. One thing I think that has slowed things down now is we also did an audit. So there's reasons, no one to blame, but there's reasons for the slowdown in having the new contract. But I'm going to go ahead and support the year-long with, if the mayor will accept my friendly amendment, to have a 3 months and 6 months, have a 6 months review, and with the goal of having it wrapped up by then, if 6 months works for people.
Yeah, I'd second that, but I want to just say, the audit, my understanding is the audit was done 2 years ago, right? When was the audit completed? A year ago?
Every year.
So they had a year. So I just want to be very clear. It's not like the audit was 10 minutes ago. They had a year to do this. They ran out of time. Again, I don't blame brand new staff coming in and trying to pick up when the last person didn't do their homework. Let's just be very clear for just everybody in the audience so they know what this is. They ran out of time. They had plenty of time. They didn't do their homework. We're giving them extra time. Please, please get it done.
And to that point, because that's a fact, I don't know thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, Councilman Quasman, I appreciate the passion and the energy, and I'm with you 100%. I love deadlines. I want to get things done as quickly as possible. We work hard and fast, and we work well together. But as a matter of form, the city audit always precedes a new contract by a year. That is actually by design, to give needed information and input. So the city audit concluded, and I think was introduced to the council's audit committee last fall, with the anticipation that we then would have a new contract ready to go today. But then since last fall, a lot of things changed. Yeah.
Okay, so city attorney indicated a request to speak. Interim assistant, sorry.
Mayor and members of the council, one thing I need to clarify, I need to pose a question to city staff. The original resolution is for a 6-month contract with a certain dollar amount. Is that dollar amount for 6 months? So if you are extending the contract for a year, are you extending it for a 6-month dollar amount or a full year dollar amount?
Necessarily the full year dollar amount, assuming that's okay with the second, because that would defeat everything that we just talked about.
Yeah, you may want to modify your motion to.
To what you just said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Motion to extend the contract as is, fully funded for a year, with a requirement that no later than 6 months that you return to council for a status check and wellness exam, right? Does that work? Does that work for my second? Yes, okay, second says yes. So I think we should, Councilman Graham, sorry.
I'll keep it brief, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to vote for the alternate motion, so I guess I'll withdraw my motion. But I have doubts about this motion because it seems like Councilman Quasman's intuition, 6 months, more pressure, get it done. I think that if I read the tea leaves from the city manager, it's not even going to take 6 months. So, but I will join my colleagues and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more requests to speak, so I said fully funded. So would that include the contingency? It's $100,000. No, that wouldn't double it. It would be the 2.5% and the public art strategic plan for $100,000. To be clear, is this going to be done this year, the strategic plan? Okay, and city, okay. All right, everyone okay to take a vote on this one? This is turning into a very long discussion. All right, all those in favor, please indicate your vote. All right, thank you very much for letting us twist you all over with these questions. I appreciate it. All right, moving on to item number 23, Scottsdale's Museum of the West Financial Participation Agreement. This evening we have Rachel Spintana, who's already present, to go over what we're talking about this from the staff perspective.
Yes, hello again, Mayor Borowski, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight we're bringing you the annual financial participation agreement for the Museum of the West. Just a few weeks ago, Councilman Quasman mentioned that we don't talk often enough about how the Western Spirit Scottsdale Museum of the West is a Smithsonian affiliate. Out of 35,000 museums in the nation, only 200 are Smithsonian affiliates, and we have one of them right here in beautiful Scottsdale, Arizona. So, and of course this year they are celebrating their 10th anniversary, the museum having opened in 2015. And we are all excited about the museum expansion. Councilwoman Whitehead, you will love that expansion with the lovely white cooling roof that expands the gallery space. So tonight's request, again, I want to say construction is on track and they are expected to open this year in time for their 10th anniversary, and we're very excited about that. Tonight's request includes $600,000 for refreshing and renovating the existing 10-year museum, so everything that's not under that white roof. And they are the $600,000 for this fiscal year and another tranche of $600,000 for next fiscal year for updating the existing museum. The expansion was privately funded, but the 10-year-old museum needs some love, and so you decided through the budget process to go ahead and approve that. It is over 2 fiscal years, which is currently in line with Financial Policy 10.02, limiting annual project commitments to $600,000 a year. So the most recent 5-year agreement between the city and Scottsdale's Museum of the West was approved by City Council in October 2023. So no painful discussions like we just had a moment ago. All you need to do tonight is approve the financial participation agreement. These are some of the requirements. And if you want to see more, they have a wonderful, beautiful annual report attached to the city council agenda for this evening. It was many pages, so I won't read it to you, but it talks about their many community partners, the Eddie Basha collection, and many of their other wonderful metrics. So tonight, for 25-26, all of the funding comes from the Tourism Development Commission, paid for by bed tax. And in April, the Tourism Development Commission recommended that this be funded, and now it is up to you to approve that recommendation and what we're bringing forward. It makes sense that it's funded by tourism bed tax. 50% of the museum's visitors are from out of state. So tonight's request is for $1,250,000. Again, that was included in the operating budget you just approved. The city funds, these city funds are 16.3% of the museum's total operating budget. We received documentation for the matching fund program. We received documentation already for 24-25, and they have exceeded their $400,000 in matching donations. And I was really touched to see that one sizable recent donation was made in memory of Paul Messenger. I thought that is wonderful community support. So, I told you this one was easier. The action that we are requesting is that you approve the financial participation agreement in the amount of $1,250,000 as stated. And Todd Bankofer, CEO and President of Western Spirit, Scottsdale Museum of the West, is here to answer any questions, should you have any.
Councilwoman White, thank you, Rachel. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Okay, thank you, Rachel, and thank you, the whole team here from the Museum of the West. Wow, $1.2 million for almost $20 million privately funded investment. Once again, earning accolades nationally, international. I'm so proud to have this museum, and last year was a particularly exciting year with the Basha gift, all the financial gifts. There was a funny article about Mr. Bankhofer coming in and just finding lots of treasures waiting for him. Anyway, with that, thank you for giving us an easy one, Rachel. So I would like to motion to adopt resolution number 13431, authorizing financial participation agreement number 2025-084-COS with Scottsdale's Museum of the West, Inc. for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $1,250,000, apportioned as follows: $250,000 for operational support, $400,000 for matching donations, and $600,000 for renovating the existing original museum, consistent with the Museum of the West, Inc.'s maintenance responsibilities set forth in the Museum Management Agreement number 2021-088-COS-81. And again, huge thank you. I'm so proud to have you in Scottsdale.
Second.
Councilman Graham has indicated a request to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Matana. Yeah, hopefully this is simpler. But last time I asked some questions and it kind of set off a chain reaction. I don't want that to happen again. Attendance was down. I noticed attendance was down a little bit in 24. I didn't know if Todd Bankhofer, if you wanted to talk about that a little bit. I only ask about that because we invest, this contract with Museum of the West is, this museum, I think, is ascending. There's a lot of city investment in that, and I was going to wait to ask questions about some of that stuff until the appropriate time, but I think this is the only time to do that, really, as far as how often you come to us. Maybe not.
Sure.
Maybe you could talk a little bit more. And by the way, before you start, sorry, I am pleased about the $400,000 matching donations. I'm pleased those were exceeded. There was a time in the past, before your time, when nobody was even checking that those were received when we reimbursed it. And so I think some of those benchmarks in the past that hadn't been met are now being met. So I'm very pleased about that. Maybe you say a little bit about the attendance.
Yeah, I'd like to.
And maybe where you forecast next year.
Thank you, Council Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to be up here. Specifically to the attendance, the city uses the placer instrument to count these, and this is what's on here as for annual visitation. At the museum, we saw an increase because of two things. Placer doesn't count kids under 18 years old. And secondly, as you know, our headquarter offices are behind the museum, and we do not have that geo-fenced to pick up people that go to it. It has the Western Spirit Library in it, has the War Saddle exhibit, has our big conference room, which people use every day for different reasons. So we're not able to count those, but we count them at the museum. And the numbers that should be, if you used our numbers, for 2022 it would be 43,000. For 2023 it would be 45,000, and for 2024 it would be 49,000. So it's actually increasing. Councilman Graham, I just want you to know that based on the fact that we're not being able to count those that I just mentioned.
Right.
Okay?
So the Table 2 Museum of the West annual visitation, these numbers show 32,000 in 24, down from 33,000 in 23. So you're saying these numbers aren't correct?
Well, they're just not, we're not able to count them. So
Yeah.
we do. With our system, when people come in the door, we immediately count everybody that comes through those doors. Because we know that, one, we're not being able to count students, and we had over 7,000 students come to our museum last year. So you add that to the $33,000, you're at 40 already.
Okay.
Before we even count the offices and the library and the conference room and all that.
Okay.
Okay?
I think
That's why I
that,
wanted to speak to that. I'm glad you asked the question.
thank you. I think that's I have one more question for Ms. Smetana, and then I'll wrap my comments up because people want to get home before midnight. Ms. Smetana, so we talked about that 400 matching wasn't being, documented in the past, but that was corrected. Any other benchmarks in the contract that you're aware of that need improvement?
That need improvement. Actually, the contract doesn't actually have the metrics, but last year it was via attachment. There were some year-over-year metrics. They hit them all, except for the one we pointed out in the council report, which is the attendance piece. But again, the Museum of the West points out that they had 58 school tours, and also they have a large number of older seniors who may not have the smartphone that they're picking up, as well as their adjacent building that's not geo-fenced in our AI data.
And then I think you said this, but when do you expect the expansion to be completed?
We are on schedule, and it's scheduled to be done October 1st, which then we'll spend 3 months curating it and putting in all the art, and it will open in February 2026.
I'm sure I speak for my colleagues that we look forward to the invitation to that.
Yes, you definitely will.
Thank you, Mr. Bankoffer, and Ms. Smetana. There's a motion on the floor, and so I appreciate your information about the attendance. I think that this museum is on the ascent, and the more this museum prospers, the more the entire downtown and Scottsdale prospers. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman McAllen. Okay, I don't see, you're still up there, but I don't see any other questions. I did have a strong recommendation. I feel like we put the cart before the horse when we adopt budget, funding for these organizations ahead of hearing presentations. And so, I hope we can look at that and change that. I feel like these could be meaty discussions, and before, we're locked in for funding, nothing to do with this organization, but I feel like that we should get ahead of that and be having these presentations about funding these organizations ahead of time. So in case there's any things that we should be doing differently. And the city manager is looking confused, but I feel like this is kind of after the fact, as has been said a couple of times. It's already been approved through the budget, the funding for it. So with that, I don't see any other comments. All those in favor of, I think it was Councilwoman Whitehead's motion to approve this item, please indicate your vote. All right, that passes, I think. Councilman Graham, okay. All right, moving on. Thank you, Rachel. I think you might have this next one too. Experience Scottsdale Destination Marketing Plan.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, now we're having some fun. Finally, for me tonight, we are here to request your acceptance of Experience Scottsdale's strategic business plan. So unlike Scottsdale Arts and the Museum of the West, the destination marketing contract doesn't require an annual participation agreement. However, it does require the Tourism Development Commission and the City Council to approve the plan. The Tourism Development Commission just did recently at their May meeting, and so we're here for your approval tonight. But first, the Destination Marketing Services Agreement also discusses specific performance measures. Experience Scottsdale actually tracks 17 different performance measures. The 5 listed here are specific to properties within the Scottsdale city limits. As everyone knows, Scottsdale, even properties in Phoenix, the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, or Paradise Valley are sometimes mislabeled as Scottsdale. So we ask Experience Scottsdale to supply numbers for those properties that actually pay Scottsdale sales tax versus the whole market. And these 5 metrics are those. The numbers you see here are through the 3rd quarter, and you'll see that the number of media placements is a bit low for 3rd quarter. I followed up with Experience Scottsdale, as a good contract administrator is wont to do, and they explained that they came on strong in April and May, and they are now hovering around 100% with placements in publications like Forbes, AARP, In-Flight, Air France Magazine, and my favorite headline, Coloradans will love the 6 summer travel destinations, which is hilarious because we're all trying to get to Colorado right now. The total media placements through the 3rd quarter were actually over 3,000 for the entire Scottsdale market. But a few years ago, it was decided after a city audit that even if an article was entirely about Scottsdale, if it didn't mention a specific Scottsdale property, they couldn't count it in this metrics. But again, they've come on strong in April and May and plan to be over 100% of their annual goal. Bless you. The strategic business plan always contains the items listed here, and I encourage everyone who has interest to review the plan, which is also hyperlinked to the item on tonight's agenda. It was 58 pages. I was tempted to read it to you, but instead I will just say it is linked. Please check it out. It is a very smart and important piece of strategic business planning. So the city services funding, and I understand that Mayor and Council, you understand this, but I often hear misconceptions or some confusion from the community from time to time. So just a little bit of information on the annual budget. The city does not negotiate this budget with Experience Scottsdale. By will of the voters and ordinance and financial policy, 50% of all the money we spend that we collect through bed tax must be used for destination marketing. Our contract states that we give 45% of that to Experience Scottsdale, and the city keeps 5% for our own destination marketing work. So you'll see here, the number that was just adopted by council, the 25-26 on this chart adopted budget, that is 45% of our treasurer's office forecast of the amount we think we will collect in bed tax next year from July 1st to July 30. And we pay in real receipts. So you can see in 24-25, the adopted budget, the forecast at that time, 45% of what we thought we would collect originally was $14.2 million. Earlier this year, I think in January, we reforecast that because receipts were coming in much higher. So we reforecast it to $15.2 million, but actually I just got the May receipts and we're closer to $15.6 million as of the end of May as well. So again, we pay in real in real tax receipts. So if we collected $1 million in bed tax in June, we would pay Experience Scottsdale $450,000 regardless of what the forecast was. Conversely, if something happened and we only collected $1,000 in bed tax, they would only get $450 regardless of the forecast. So we'll never be in debt over the budget that you adopted. It's contractually obligated in real dollars. Also, just quickly on the Fiesta Bowl pass-through, we are in the last year of a 20-year agreement, and we pay half, and Experience Scottsdale pays half to the Fiesta Sports Foundation, I believe is their name now. In 24-25, the estimated spending of Fiesta Bowl visitors brought about $1.88 million to Scottsdale. So we're getting about a 784% return on that $212,000 investment from last year. This year it's gone up to $221,000. Again, this is the last year of the Fiesta Bowl contract. I don't know much about college football, but it's in flux, so we don't know what the future looks quite like, but they are a lovely organization, and we hope to keep having college football fans and teams here every holiday season. Okay, so in this year's plan, every year, Experience Scottsdale evaluates their strategies and updates depending on identified market trends. These right here you can see are their 25-26 strategies. Some are the same, like promoting city venues and supporting the 5-year strategic plan, and some others are a new angle to an existing important initiative, like elevating activation and driving need time business. And some are brand new this year, which this year are the super exciting, focusing on golf, teeing up Scottsdale Golf, which is fantastic and matches exactly what our Council Committee on Economic Development is talking about, and also the French market, tapping the French market. So the performance standards, lest you think that Experience Scottsdale rests on its laurels or that we would let them. Here are the year-over-year increases for the 25-26 performance standards. Again, those same 5 standards specifically for Scottsdale properties within our city limits. And on this one, I made a ton of notes, but let me just summarize by saying in 22-23, the city hired Longwoods International to determine the effectiveness of the advertising dollars that Experience Scottsdale spends, and it was determined that for every dollar in advertising investment they make, the city receives $4 in tax return on that investment. We actually are planning on doing this again this year in 25-26, revisiting these numbers, relooking at this, and seeing if there's any difference from the 22-23 numbers. But it's a pretty good return on investment, although I'm a bureaucrat and not a financial genius, but it looks like it to me. And so the action requested tonight adopts Resolution 13430, authorizing the strategic business plan, and the lovely Rachel Sacco is here should you have any questions for Experience Scottsdale.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Rachel. I move that I request that we adopt resolution number 13430, authorizing the fiscal year 25-26 strategic business plan, performance standards, and contract budget under Destination Marketing Services contract number 2022-054-COS with the Scottsdale Convention and Visitors Bureau Incorporated doing business as Experience Scottsdale.
I'll second that, and I'll speak to my second. Good job, Rachel. You know, I guess some of us feel like we already know this stuff, but that was a really good presentation, definitely capturing some of the public misperceptions that we don't approve a budget, and always like to see the return on investment. Good, very brief, but good presentation. So thanks to Rachel and her team, and City Rachel for this great presentation. And we just had another good year, and it just keeps coming, so thank you.
Vice Mayor DeBascus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask a question about the KPI for the 1,300 travel advisors that will be trained. It doesn't say in there new.
That is true. Thank you for that. I don't know that I can speak to that specifically, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Would it be okay?
Sacco? Could
Yes.
Sacco?
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. That particular metric is referring to one-on-one personal interaction with those travel advisors across the entire globe. And we are meeting them in Italy and France and Germany and the UK and all across this country, as well as Canada and Mexico. Most of those are new because the ones that we are training are specifically in our sites, if you will, to learn about Scottsdale so that they can then go out to their high net worth luxury customers and talk to them about why don't we go to Scottsdale this year as opposed to perhaps the south of France or maybe on a safari or a cruise. So most of those end up being new, and they're all in the luxury field.
Thank you.
Councilman Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, again, for everybody at home listening, we are supposed to be proud of telling people in the summer that are living in the 70s of degrees of the 70s to come to Scottsdale now. I just want to, we're spending money to get people to come from the cold or the cool and the calm and comfortable to come here. And we're excited about a brand new French initiative. Well, enchanté to everybody. I'm looking forward to seeing a detailed report about the success of our new French initiative and coming here. I just want to be very clear. When I heard in the Economic Development Subcommittee that tourism was down everywhere, markets were down everywhere, and therefore, you know, Scottsdale's hitting a bit of a bump like everywhere else. Well, the objective of Experience Scottsdale is a closed pie objective. The markets, the economy is an open pie. It's unlimited growth. So I understand that there's market trends everywhere, and that should be even. But there's only so many visitors. It's a closed pie, and we have to make sure that in that closed pie, our slice is bigger than everyone else's, even if the pie itself is reduced. And so I'm going to vote for this tonight, but I am very, very keen on looking through this with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that we are getting the true bang for the buck that we're all being told. So with that, I will vote we.
Would you like for me to talk about return on investment, Councilmember Quasman, or because our numbers are not down in Scottsdale, they are higher. As a matter of fact, when we ask people to come here in the summertime, just last year, as a result of our efforts to bring people here in the summer, and they are coming for group business as well as individuals, we were able to increase the actual revenue of our Scottsdale properties from our efforts by 47%, which isn't just relevant to just the hotels. That number of people and those people go throughout all of Scottsdale, turning up more bed tax, but also turning up a lot more sales tax. And as you talk about the French initiative, we have been working for years on trying to get new air lift into Sky Harbor so that we benefit from that. So we were a part of bringing Air France here. That is the French initiative I'm talking about. And already it's been so successful that they've increased not only their frequency every week, but they're looking at increasing their entire equipment to handle more.
With all due respect,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Ms. Sacco, you testified in our committee, not just a couple weeks ago, that, you know, things were a little deflated, it wasn't looking as good, but the economy's been down. This is the problem, is that, again, I'm for Experience Scottsdale. I am a supporter of Experience Scottsdale. I want to see the best of this city. I want to see everybody coming to Scottsdale. It's the greatest city in America, frankly. And the fact of the matter is that I just don't want to be told one thing in a committee, looking for excuses, and then seeing it later. I want to see true numbers of success. I'm looking forward to the audit. I'm looking for the new polling to tell me. I want specific questions in that poll. I'd love to see. I would love to see them not saying, "Did you come? What is the reason you came? What is the reason you came here?" With choices, with open choices of a poll. I want to see them write it down. I heard an advertisement X, Y, and Z. Here is why. And if we want to offer an incentive for individuals who are coming in and spending money at our hotels and restaurants, so for them to be able to fill out a card that gets actual data and accurate data, I would be happy to support that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Quasman and Mayor. If I may, I think the ultimate probably return on investment is the bed tax is increasing. These are people who are coming here, and there's more for not only the city of Scottsdale, but there is more for all of our businesses as well. And I believe what you might have been referring to in terms of any sort of downturn was we had some comments, I believe, about the Canadian impact. Canadians are still coming to Scottsdale, but all in all, the entire I think robustness of the tourism industry for Scottsdale, even in that meeting that we attended, was also always talking about being on the upside. There is not a downturn right now, in spite of what's going on perhaps in some of the target markets like Canada, and they are still even coming. But thank you for your comments.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Yeah, I just want to add something as long as we're talking to the residents who are watching on TV. These are not your tax dollars. So we have the general manager of Valley Ho here. These are bed tax. So number one, I want to repeat, Experience Scottsdale is funded by voter-approved initiatives and taxes. It's not funded by the general fund. And the taxes that fund, that the voters approve to fund the operations come from the hotels. They come from the bed tax. So it's a closed loop system in a sense. What Experience Scottsdale does is based on the funding they get, based on the success of our tourism industry. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. And yes, we cannot control whether or not geopolitical events are slowing down our tourism. What we can do is make sure that, as we did during 2020, we can just make sure that we, Scottsdale, are always operating efficiently with our tourism dollars, making sure that we're welcoming people from wherever they may come from, whether it's west side of Phoenix or France, and then have the best resorts, best hotels, best amenities, best restaurants. So I just really want to stress that this is not your general fund tax dollars. And again, as Rachel said, we don't approve the budget. Thank you.
Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel's, for your presentation. I do want to say that I have been attending the Tourism Commission a lot this year and learning, kind of what Councilman Whitehead said, that really what you're doing is you're funding your own organization by the bed tax dollars. The better you produce, the more you produce, the more people come here, which, it's a cycle. That being said, at the last Tourism Commission meeting, there were 4 new events, one of which is the Women's Final Four. This is my favorite part of it, is that it's happening in another city, but all of the events around it happen in Scottsdale. Everybody stays in Scottsdale. The golf tournament's in Scottsdale. All the socials are in Scottsdale. The meet and greets are in Scottsdale because of the type of advertising. The Polo Festival, in case you didn't know, is now expanding, and it's expanding an extra day. It's adding a brunch. It's adding kind of a glitzy party at the beginning, a VIP. The Ferrari Art Show is going to be a little larger. So and the women's marathon is coming here. The Every Woman's Marathon is coming for the first time ever, and it's going to be on the opposite weekend of Canal Convergence. So we're going to have one event over here with the Women's Collective's 5K run, Canal Convergence, and then Every Woman's Marathon. They chose Scottsdale because of the women wanting to come here, shop here, spas, etc. So I appreciate all that you do, but we keep getting new events. These aren't old events. These are new things coming to Scottsdale, and that once they come, they'll stay because of their experience. So thank you. I just had to say it.
Thank you.
Councilman Graham.
I appreciate all my colleagues' speeches. They were wonderful speeches. I'm ready to vote.
I second that motion. Councilman Clausman.
I was going to go on a diatribe about fungibility of money and taxes, but I think we should just vote.
Vice Mayor DeBoscus was.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just real quick, I did want to give a shout out to Experience Scottsdale. I do feel that the 6 profiles that you created earlier in the year, I think those are going to be very interesting. I'm real excited to see the results from that. And then, as we talked about in economic development, and I have spoken with Gerd, I think if we can work together on complementary events that you could then also advertise so that folks who come here, they know that there's lots to do. So I think there's a lot of opportunity and growth, and so I appreciate your responsiveness and then taking the time to spend with me to go over those profiles, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, I think that concludes the questions and comments. So with that, there's a motion and a second, and all those in favor indicate by aye. Excellent. All right, thank you very much. Moving right along. Next, we have item 26, which is the fiscal year 2025-26 property tax levies. And I thought Scott, oh, it's you. Okay. Then we will hear from City Treasurer Sonia Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Next slide. So this is our final adoption of the property tax levy and rates. We did a public hearing and presentation of the property tax levies and rates on the 10th, and tonight we're asking Council to do a final adoption. Next slide. The property taxes that we're proposing for fiscal year 25-26 is 91.2 cents per $100 of assessed value. That's a 2.1% decrease from the current year property taxes. It's made up of 2 components: the primary property tax of 48.9 cents, which generates about $40 million for our general fund and tort claims, and also a secondary property tax component of 42.3 cents, which generates $35 million for voter-approved bond debt service. Next slide. So given that the property tax rate is decreasing by 2%, and given that the median property values will likely increase by about 2%, so the net impact would be pretty negligible. Next slide. And at the 91.2 cent combined rate, we are one of the lowest in terms of property tax rates when compared to the peer cities in the valley. Next slide. And this is the motion that we're looking for Council to adopt.
Councilwoman McAllen or Whitehead, I think you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Sonia. I move that we accept the ordinance number 4672, assessing the fiscal year 25-26 primary and secondary property tax levies and fixing the primary and secondary property tax rates.
Second.
All right, all those in favor indicate your vote. That's easy. There we go. All right. Finally, I think this is finally, we have item number 27, fiscal year 2025-26 Streetlight Improvement District Property Tax Levy. Also presenting, is it City Treasurer again? Oh no, Assistant City Treasurer, Anna Hentham, sorry.
It's okay, Henthorn, thank you.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This action is for the fiscal year 25-26 Municipal Streetlight Improvement District Property Tax Levy. This is a two-step process required by state law. On June 10th, we had the public hearing and presentation, and tonight is the adoption of the property tax levies. The proposed tax levy is for $578,426 with an average levy per lot of $17.03. And the action item is to adopt ordinance 4673, assessing the fiscal year 25-26 streetlight improvement district property tax levy by district in accordance with Arizona revised statutes and the city charter. I can answer any questions you may have.
I don't see any. Councilwoman Whitehead.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4673, assessing the FY 25-26 streetlight improvement district property tax levy by district in accordance with Arizona revised statutes and city charter.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, please indicate. That passes unanimously. And while I didn't open the hearing on these two items, I will now, it's okay? Yeah, okay. Got it. That concludes, I believe, our agenda for this evening. And thank you very much for your patience and for those of you who stuck around. And thank you, staff, for being here. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Actually, anyone opposed? No.